Okay.
All right. All right. So welcome back to our Call of Cthulhu for NASA 5E still. So last time, our group of investigators arrived at the World's Fair of 1893 in Chicago. They met with the gentleman who summoned them there, George Timo Schotten, a building developer, in his home. And he told them about kind of his fears about what is going on at the fair, primarily related to a fire at the cold storage building that had happened a month earlier. The group went out to the fair, to a couple different places. They went to the electricity hall building, whatever that is called now, and
Electric Avenue.
Electric City,
Electric City.
where they saw some of the new gadgets around there. Had a brief conversation with Edison. Saw the presentation by Tesla. Um, from there, they investigated the army hospital where the one firefighter who had survived the fire was being treated. Asked him some questions. Investigated one of the corpses that was still remaining. Um, had a little drug-induced hallucination that brought them out to the Midway Plaisance around the Ferris wheel. Ate a bunch of food and drank a lot that night before in the morning going to back to Schotten's place where they didn't find his house. And then to um, I don't have his character sheet up, so I forgot his character's name. Jay's doctor character. Um,
Howardis.
Dr. Howardis has friends at a sort of paranormal research facility um, up in the north end of town. Found some things in books and documents they had there, including the location of a sort of medium that Schotten knows. And you just arrived there, um, where she offered to help you speak with the firefighters who did not make it out. Any questions before we get in?
What does this medium look like again?
She's like a mid-20s woman, like dark hair tied up, just kind of plain clothes. Her eyes are a little bit like she looks like she doesn't sleep a lot. Kind of dark rings around her eyes. But other than that, seems just like a normal 20-something woman in Chicago.
Well, lead Detective Norman, this is your field of expertise. Mine is intimidation and persuasion. Detect, damn it.
So Riddle just offered to speak with firefighters. She just left the room. She's going to be gone. You don't know how long. So if you wanted to look around or something, you can try,
Then
or you can just sit and wait.
I would like to spot the hidden things.
All right, make a roll.
I need a character sheet for that. Oh, I
I
fail.
remember which character everybody was. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like a dining room. You're sitting at a kind of circular table, and there are 5 chairs.
I have a 75 for spot hidden and I rolled an 86. What the fuck?
Corey can't hear you.
These are very
Oh.
nice chairs.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. I failed. I rolled a 75, and I made a joke that I would have passed if I had been Mike.
Yeah, so same thing. You're in kind of a dining room. Yeah, nothing too outstanding.
Okay.
How about a 16?
I think that's a success. Were you just kind of looking around from your seat, or did you get up and try to look?
I wasn't sure if we were seated yet, but I'm gonna say I'm still standing where we met her, and
So,
since
so
she hasn't gotten started yet, I'll be standing in one spot.
okay. So she had taken you into the dining room, and offered you a seat. Whether or not you
I
took
want
it.
to learn if she's a charlatan and just doing this for the sake of fucking regular old tricks and bullshit.
Sure. So yeah. So LB, from your seat, you look around. You happen to notice on the floor, around where you are all seated, there's this like black paint circle around it. Um, and there also seems to be some sort of, you can't really tell because the table's in the way. There's something else kind of drawn in that black paint on the wood floor, inside that circle. Um, so then she's going to come back into the room. She comes back with a wooden crate filled with a few different items, sets that down on the table, takes out this jar of what seems to be salt, and she starts pouring it around in a circle around you all. And LB, you'll notice that she's tracing that black paint circle that is on the floor.
Don't you know how expensive salt is?
It serves a purpose.
Yes, it seasons and preserves food.
As Detective Jaden and Lieutenant Clyde Weston, as she's doing that, you start to notice that there is that black paint on the floor. So she starts to talk as she does this. So by doing this, I'm trusting you all more than you realize. I have a few rules for your safety and for mine. It's extremely important you follow them. And she looks directly at Jaden when she says that. First, no matter what happens, do not open your eyes after I ask you to close them. That is not because I'm trying to hide something about a trick. Trust me, it's for your safety. Second, do not let go of each other's hands after I ask you to take them. Third, no matter what you hear, direct your statements to me, your questions to me, not to anything else that might appear. Finally, don't invite anything into the circle. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No, but I will acquiesce.
I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request.
She starts rewalking the circle, just checking her work. Every now and then she kneels over and kind of straightens it. You'll hear from however many of the men who lost their lives in the fire choose to speak. You may also hear other voices, maybe things that are disturbing. Just remember the rules, and we'll all be fine. She sits back down at the table with the pitcher. She takes out a piece of chalk, a black candle, a pitcher of water, this kind of odd gas lantern. That it's like a normal lantern, sort of on top, and then there's some sort of box underneath it that's connected to it, like a metal box, with something sticking out. So she sets that down. The first thing she does is she lights the black candle and then uses it to ignite the gas lantern. And she sets the gas lantern at the center of the table and the candle next to it. She takes the piece of chalk and she draws right in front of her a circle and then a symbol that looks like kind of a star and something else that you aren't really sure what she's doing. And then she takes the water and sets it in the center of the symbol that she drew. She goes back to the gas lantern, and on that box at the bottom, she takes the thing that's sticking out and turns it like a half turn. And you see that the flame get a little bit bigger and then a little smaller again.
Do I recognize any of like the stuff that she's doing or things that she's using?
Roll. I think that's going to be occult.
Okay.
Or history if you've seen this before, like if you've seen a seance.
Either way, I did not pass.
Yeah, you're not really sure. To you, I mean, they all kind of have their own sort of tricks that they bring in. Does anybody want to try to remember anything else or look for anything else before we get going?
The only thing I'd want to do again is see if there's any fuckery going on with this right now that she's trying to con us, but I've already done a spot hidden earlier, so it's up to you.
Is there insight? Or again, you could try like occult or history if
I have a 5 in both of those.
Okay, yeah, you have no idea. This is all new to you. But you're skeptical of what's happening, but
Okay.
it's new.
I would like to
go ahead, Dan.
look around on the floor under the table, and then kind of take my hands and kind of feel around under the table for any, like hidden shelves or
right. Just
stuff
something
like that.
a trickster might hide.
Right, something other than what I would expect underneath the bottom of a flat table.
Okay, make a roll.
Oh, that's bad. 76.
You as you're feeling around, you get to maybe something that's like gum. You didn't want to touch that. Nothing else kind of stands out as you feel around.
I'm gonna.
I thought I was gonna pull with a splinter or something. That would...
You'd have to roll like a 99 for that.
I'm gonna lean over to Jaden and go, "This is my first time. Will it hurt?"
You never know.
All right. She says, all right, everyone hold hands. She holds out her hands and she waits for each of you to do the same.
Sure.
All right, make eye contact with everyone in the circle individually. She waits for you to do the same.
My eyes are already closed because she said don't open them once we start.
She said, Weston, after I tell you.
No, you said as soon as we start. Don't open my eyes for anything. It's a trick.
Is he like this all the time?
I don't get this hoodoo doo-doo mumbo jumbo. I'm not trusting nothing.
I can't start until you do this.
It's a trick.
Weston, just open your fucking eyes.
I just opened one.
Fair enough. Okay, so after that, all right, now everyone close your eyes. Does everyone close their eyes?
Yes.
I close my eyes.
All right.
Yes.
As you do that at the center of the table where that lantern is, you hear kind of a mechanical kind of thunking start kicking in. About 10 seconds later, after that has started, you start hearing creaks in the floorboards from the rooms outside, and it seems to be getting closer. And then Riddle speaks again. Hello again. Thank you all for coming back. I know revisiting this isn't easy. investigators, feel free to ask me a question.
I should have some questions.
Are these the firefighters that died in the cold storage building fire that you have summoned?
That is. Oh, that's your question. Yes, that is. There are at least a few right now.
Where did the fire originate?
You hear the voice is still coming from where Riddle is seated. It doesn't sound like her. It sounds like a man.
Okay.
And it says, when we first got in, the fire seemed to be coming from the center up above towards the ceiling. And when we started climbing the stairs, there was sparking out of something we hadn't seen before. And the fire was spreading from there.
Hang on, I'm writing this down.
You start hearing more creaks in the floorboards.
Can you describe the thing that was arcing and sparking?
I am sure it had broken by then, but it was spitting electricity. I'm not sure I'd seen anything like it. By the time I got close enough to really see it, it had stopped sparking.
Why were traditional firefighting methods not effective in this instance?
A different voice seems to speak this time. We doused it in water, but it kept spreading, and it was just faster than we were. It trapped us before we could make any progress. And then it burned the hoses.
Has there ever been a recorded incident where an electrical fire burned the hoses?
Not that I've seen. I've only seen a couple of electrical fires. And the voice changes again. Electricity's so new. At this point, you hear a voice behind you, Jaden. Maybe I can draw something for you.
Interesting. Not sure how to respond as
Could you ask them? Sorry, could you ask them if they had any idea if their water would have such an adverse effect on the electrical fire?
Again, I think the fire was just spreading too fast, or there's something about electrical fires that we didn't know when we went in.
Can you ask them if there's anything that they would like to show us via drawings to leave it to do so and leave it in the room that we may look at it later?
You hear Riddle's voice. Doesn't really work that way. They can speak through me. They can't show me how to draw something if they can't describe it. That's really all we can do. And again, Jaden, behind you, you hear, I can draw it for you. Just give me something to draw with.
I continue to do nothing, seeing as how giving this individual something would require me to let go of somebody's hand. Let's see here. Uh, yeah, okay. Can you ask them if the fire appeared to follow normal routes of burning, like as it spread throughout the building? Did it do so in a manner, despite being quickly, that was I don't know, logical?
Back to a man's voice. The fire was fast, but it didn't. Maybe it did seem to get beneath us too fast, but we were distracted, so we might have just missed the way that spread.
What distracted them?
Weston, behind you, you hear some other voice. Lieutenant, I can explain this.
To the group members, I'm going to go, did anybody else hear that?
Riddle says, what did you hear?
I heard somebody say, Lieutenant, I can explain this.
I'll remind you of the rules. Just direct your questions to me.
Well, that's why I directed it to you instead of the creepy voice inside my head that sounds like it's trying to tell me to do dirty things.
Jaden, what was your question?
What were they distracted by?
We saw something in the sparking. It started to grow. This darkness, that almost reflective, and it, as the machine sparked, it expanded, and it flashed kind of in and out. It just looked like a shadow at first, but then it started to. It doesn't make sense, and then you hear a different voice. It sprouted kind of hands, and we didn't stick around. That's when we saw the fire was beneath us, and we had to go up. Another voice coming from her just kind of screams. And I just don't want to also scream. And shouts that essentially they're screaming they're on fire, like they were burned. And then Ellen's voice returns, sorry. That shouldn't have happened.
Is there anyone in the room, Ellen, that met their end at this darkness?
If they did, they're not willing to speak or able to speak.
Follow-up question then, is there anyone in the room who witnessed one of their brothers being consumed or affected by this reflective darkness with its hands?
You hear one of the male voices. I'm sorry. Can you explain? I don't understand the question.
Can you ask them if any of the firefighters present saw another person attacked by this shadowy presence?
If none of the voices are coming through.
Interesting. Feel free, guys, if there's any other questions that you think of to chime in.
I'd like her to ask the voice that told me it could explain to explain.
You hear her pause. Or not, you hear her pause. You notice her pause.
And this is where we murder a 20-something-year-old in the 19th century.
And she just says no.
Why not?
LB, behind you, you hear a voice. I can show you how she's tricking you. Just, you know. Just look at me, I can show you.
Ellen, when you said the last question you asked the firefighters and they were unresponsive, or you couldn't tell if they were responding, was that because you couldn't tell what they were saying, or because you couldn't tell what they were saying because they were being restrained from answering, or because they didn't know the answer?
It just, this is inexact, but it seemed to me that they didn't want to speak.
I have another question.
Yes.
Since you seem to be of the otherworldly occult bullshit persuasion, Do any of them seem to be molested by a dark entity?
There's always something, at least something dark that follows when we do this, which is why I establish the rules before we start. It's very difficult for me to know what that might be, or if it's different.
Ask if any of them heard anything out of the ordinary.
Besides the screaming.
Correct.
There wasn't much in the way of sound other than the roaring of the flames and our compatriots burning. Screaming when we arrived, now that you mention it. The machine at the center seems to be getting louder.
I don't. Since we already had them tell us there was an entity, did we ask for a description of the entity in the flames that they saw?
Who are you asking that to, Weston?
I am asking that to our immediate individuals. I can't remember if we asked for a detailed description of the entity.
Well, I mean, they told us that it was made of darkness that was somewhat reflective, and so I mean, it wasn't like an entity. It was a darkness that suddenly sprouted hands.
Weston, to your the side that you're pretty sure is LB's side, you hear a voice that sounds like LB. Yeah, they described it. It was beautiful.
I'm gonna look at well, not look, but direct the question to what's her nuts about. Hey, can you ask LB if he just said that fire shit was beautiful? It's like a game of telephone. I like it.
LB, you hear him ask this.
Right. Ellen, could you ask Lieutenant Weston why he thought I spoke just now?
Are we going to do this all day?
Well, where'd that voice come from?
At this point,
Uh-huh.
I opened my eyes.
Okay. So because the last thing you heard was Ellen's voice from where you think she's sitting, or where she was sitting, that's where your eyes go first. And you see she's there. There's some kind of substance like spreading out from her ears and nose and mouth. It's rising and sort of billowing, but it seems like it's like thick like mud, but it's like white. You have no idea what this is. Roll a sanity check.
That's a 100.
That's a 100.
Yeah.
Your brain explodes.
Yeah.
You are real freaked out. I'm gonna open up one of those documents that I have so that I can see if something.
See how bad you just broke yourself.
Where did I save it? There we go. In the meantime, roll a d4,
Okay.
and you're gonna add 1 to it.
Okay. So that is a total of 4.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Remove 4 sanity.
Okay.
You just shit the bed.
I'm still saner than you.
I'm also a better investigator than you. What's your point?
Almost there. It's hard to navigate these things.
No hurry.
I actually do. I was thinking about it after that first spot hidden check, Mike. That I was like looking at my stats, and I think I probably tried to bolster too many things and wound up not pushing anything high enough.
Mm.
Yeah, I focused on being what a soldier would be. So I
Fumbled
have,
sanity roll.
so I have really good navigation. I have really good spot hidden.
Okay. So you're gonna lose max sanity for that. So it's gonna be 5 instead of what you rolled.
You rolled a 4 plus 1, so
I thought you said you rolled.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah. So you
Oh.
rolled a 4 because of the fumble.
Okay.
And okay, do you continue to say because you fumbled so hard, you immediately start looking around?
Yeah.
Lined up all around the circle, you see kind of transparent, colorless figures of people. They mostly seem to be in like firefighter gear. There are others around too, just sort of random assortment of figures. Some that you can make out, some that you can't. And then there's one with a red face. And he's looking right at you.
Does he seem to be the only one who has like seen me looking at them?
Yeah. The other ones are sort of drifting.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to be looking at anything in particular. And this one's looking right at you.
I still continue to look at him, and I say, Ellen, is there anyone here who was not a firefighter at the cold storage unit?
You see that red face start to smile. Ellen says, there are always others, and I try to filter through them. Aiden, close your eyes.
I close them.
You hear the machine pound a little harder again. Jaden, you hear creaks around the floorboard follow from where you saw that to right behind you.
Okay. I'm going to do my best to kind of keep a bearing on that entity.
Okay.
Ellen, if there are any strong presences here that would not part of the fire brigade at the cold storage unit, are you able to get them to identify themselves?
You don't want me to do that.
Ellen, I think it's very important right now that you do that.
Nope, something. I can't go there. You can try to roll persuasion if you want.
Yeah, so I'm going to, in order to kind of make the persuasion, I'm going to say, Ellen, there is an entity here that is exerting its will to have us break your rules. I think we need to know who we're dealing with. And I fail again. Yeah. I have not succeeded on a check today.
This one was going to be hard anyway. She's Jaden. I do this. I've established rules for a reason. You cannot address anything that you did not intend to speak with.
But Ellen, how do we know whether or not they are something we intended to speak with? If one of these firefighters is this malevolent entity?
If it is, then we just won't know what it has to say. At least not from me.
Well, luckily we're just using you as a conduit, so I'm trying to get her to do this still.
Weston, you hear from across the table, it might be coming from Jaden. Just let me in the circle. I'll show you. I can explain.
Ellen, I don't know who that was, but I haven't known these guys long enough to trust a word they're saying.
Keeper, can you remind me? Apparently, I didn't write it down. The name of the cult that Dr. Howard is found in that book. There's like the
Hermetic Order of the Azure Awakening.
okay. Ellen, can you ask the spirits who are present if they have ever heard of something called the Hermetic Order of the Azure Awakening?
You hear a few different voices kind of in succession. No? What is that? Some kind of cult? Cult. Where's that weirdo in the hood? Yeah, but he died in the fire too. It's like the voices kind of having a conversation with themselves.
Ellen, can you ask them to tell us everything they can about this weirdo in the hood as far as descriptions and his actions were?
Yeah, only me and Joe saw it because it was when we first got in. Up above, you could see by the sparking thing. Seemed to be dressed normal, and then he just had a hood on, doing something, and then he caught fire. He was the different voice. He was far away. it's hard to know much more.
Ellen, I have a question for you.
Yes.
How many firefighters have you contacted?
There are 6 who have spoken today. I've spoken to 14 in total since the fire.
Have the 2 missing firefighters been individuals that have spoken today?
You hear a couple different voices. Is somebody missing? How can you be missing if you're dead? Did anybody make it? Um,
And actually, I have another question. Have you contacted any of the employees that were consumed in this fire?
no, strangely enough, none of their that I'm aware of, none of their families made inquiries that I became aware of to help.
Hmm.
And
There were two employees at least that were consumed by this fire. Is it possible that they're here?
you hear a series of creaks. Jaden, this doesn't really help you remember where if it's behind you. Can you roll? I guess we're doing spot hidden, just as the everything perception.
These
Or
dice are
listen, make a listen check.
killing me. These dice are killing me. No, it's a fail.
Yeah,
I rolled
so
a 99.
the creeks got real muddy for you,
Damn it.
as things seem to start kind of shifting. And you hear Ellen say, I'm not, there might be one. And then her voice gets weird. I'm here. What do you want to know?
Well, Ellen.
Ellen, can you? Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Go
we're
ahead, Vince.
going down the same line. I can almost guarantee it.
Okay. Ellen, can you ask the employee who has made themselves known if they saw this individual in the hood?
She says, there's none of them have. And then she kind of coughs. None of them spoke. I haven't seen them.
Ellen, could you ask the supposed employee to regale us with the events leading up to the fire?
They're not coming through.
Ellen, I don't think that's a real employee.
What is?
Vince, I don't believe that she's aware of having conduited that particular entity.
Jaden, you hear that same voice. I can explain how it all went down. I saw the guy with the hood. Do you want me to show you?
In my head, I'm thinking, God, yes, I'd love it, but Ellen, without identifying this particular entity, can you ask that entity questions?
Are you trying to persuade her?
Sure. Did I do it? What's my... damn it. No, I did not. Fail that check too.
Jaden, you don't want to go down that road. Come on, Norman. LB, you hear a different voice again. I can show you how that thing works in the middle. It's a pretty cool machine, right?
Ellen, why do some of the entities continue to try to get us to engage them? It seems kind of mischievous, but I don't think it really hauls the line of a firefighter killed in a fire.
When we do this, I am connecting to things that we're not supposed to be connected to, and more than what I ask for comes forth, which is why I've developed these practices to keep us safe.
So have you developed these practices because you have realized in the past that these individuals are harmful if engaged?
There's always a dangerous element. This is an opportunity for things that normally can't present themselves directly to
So other than lying to us to try to get us to drop our guard, do these entities have any connection to the fire at all? Or is this just random?
they might. It's hard to know. I won't engage them, so it's hard to know. Sometimes the things that come forth are connected to the demise of those I'm trying to speak with. Sometimes they're just sort of malignant hangers-on who sense the opportunity. And I use this space often, so I think things know that this is a place they may have an opportunity to come forth.
Other than the mischievous factor, why would they be trying to convince us, or me at least, that you're being fraudulent right now?
Because they want to break the protection of the rules that we have in place. If they break the protection, it becomes very dangerous for all of us.
If some of the questions that the firefighters don't want to answer have anything to do with these particular individuals, would you know that?
Beyond my own intuition, no.
Can anyone present answer why the central tower of the cold storage unit is of a completely different construction than the rest of the buildings at the exposition?
You hear a couple of those firefighter voices. I hadn't thought of that. Remember the exposed steel beams? But those weren't on the rest of the building? So they didn't really know exactly how it was built, but they noticed some of the steel.
Okay.
We could ask them if they know anything about the drugs.
Shit. I just figured something out. Oh,
Nah, I'm in.
I didn't write it down. Fuck. Um. Okay, I don't think I have. Actually, okay. Did any of you guys write down who it was that built the cold storage unit? What was the construction group or anything like that?
I can't recall the name. I know we've probably heard it, maybe more than once.
Erner and Root.
You said Burner and Root?
Yeah, I think so. Burner or Erner. I think it was because Shatton refused to build it.
Yeah. Wait, is there like a check I can make to try to recall this fact?
Yeah. Let's maybe intelligence would make sense.
Okay.
It's kind of a basic memory.
Come on.
Is there a note taking?
There doesn't appear to be.
Detective.
So the intelligence, that's a success with a 46 under 75.
The architecture firm was Burnham and Root. At least that's what Shotton told you.
Right. Ellen, can you ask if anyone here knows anything about the architecture firm Burnham and Root?
Couple different voices. Yeah, I mean they're pretty well known. They're like the big firm around here. They're the ones building those skyscrapers. They built most of the buildings in the fair, right? As far as I know.
Alan, do these guys know if any of the other buildings have a similar structure built inside of them or incorporated into the normal structure?
Like I don't know. We didn't really inspect buildings so much. Just from walking around the park, none of the other The rest of the buildings at least have windows. Or they seem to have windows. That was a big problem there. You hear the machine kind of start slowing down in the middle.
I I don't have any further questions.
No, I'm pretty much out.
Yeah, I know we're not asking the right ones, or at least I'm not for sure.
Never know. You hear Ellen say, we're running short on time here. If you have anything else, now's the time.
Nope, I'm spent.
Yeah, I think that's all I got right now.
I let my beta devils get the best of me, and I open my eyes one more time before we stop
Okay.
to see what's different.
Those kind of shadowy spirit figures around are kind of receding into the background. They're getting lighter, like dimmer, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And as you pan around, that red face who's smiling he's still right there. He's right behind Ellen right now,
Okay.
and he's making eye contact with you.
He's eye fucking you.
Mm-hmm.
And you aren't sure if it's Ellen or this thing. A familiar voice. Norman. I can't do Boston accent. What are you doing there? You should go. Don't go any further.
Who do I recognize the voice to be?
It's a little fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
You can place it as back home, but you're not 100% sure. Maybe it's your father, or maybe it's someone you kind of work with.
Sure.
It's a man that you know, but it's weird. You can't really place it.
Or it's your old chain smoking grandmother. You can't tell.
Or that.
I close my eyes again.
You as a few more seconds pass, the floorboard creaks kind of start receding out of the room, and you hear Ellen kind of mutter something under her breath. And then the two of you sitting next to you feel her hands leave yours.
Don't let go.
No, I'm letting go. It's
No.
over.
Can I attempt to make a check to see if I heard what she muttered?
Sure, make a listen check.
Okay. Oh, that's not gonna. That's an 82.
She was real quiet. You just know that
Okay.
it was something. You weren't even sure if it's English, but it was quiet.
Okay.
As we look around on the table, or as I look around on the table, what do I notice about the items that she put there before the whole process started?
So this has taken a while. That black candle does not seem to have burned down at all. Like there's no wax around it. It looks the same size that you remember it. Um, that pitcher of water is empty. Um, uh, Everything else seems about right. At least from looking around the table. Those are the two things that are a little bit maybe odd. And then she leans forward to that lantern with the box, and turns that piece back again, and the light goes out, and that kind of pounding goes away completely. It had been faint, but it's gone.
And then, do you ever look at who's in the room when you do these?
Not anymore.
What was it that caused you to implement these rules?
A combination of my own bad experiences and those of others that I know. Um, I don't do this for anyone now because things get in, and the people who can't contain themselves, restrain themselves, um, they get caught up by these entities that try to come through.
I'm still sitting there with my eyes shut and my hand out trying to grab people's hands.
And what have you seen happen to these people?
Sometimes they just like they lose their minds, because they see things they weren't supposed to see, or a voice gets into their head that never goes away. Um, and sometimes if there's something more uh, dangerous, I've seen people die in front of me. I've seen people leave the table and seem like themselves, and weeks later I have heard that they murdered loved ones, which would have been unlike them, unprovoked. Is that a fire alarm?
I think it's a toaster oven. Well, Ellen, I think I hope that we didn't leave much on the table. I think we learned a little bit about the events that transpired on that evening. I think we have more questions to ask other people. I think I have a lead that we need to into.
Certainly. I hope this was helpful. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. Um, but I feel like you all are trying to do right, and Jaden, despite your mistakes here, um, I'm here if you have other concerns in the future.
All right. I hope that I hope that this certainly it didn't seem detrimental to our investigation, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of this without having to try to make contact again, because it's certainly something. I've never quite seen anything like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of diablerie we just experienced, but I'm pretty sure we we know we still have to go and investigate the cold storage building for sure.
Blurry.
Unless you guys have anything else, I think we'll excuse ourselves from Miss Riddle's home, and we'll have a conversation about what we're doing next.
As you all depart, just because this was a very strange experience, I'm going to have you roll sanity.
Oh, I think I'm still just barely under it. Yes.
Oh.
Hey.
So Jaden, you're still a little frazzled by this because
Yeah.
you opened your eyes twice, and you
Yeah.
can't really place how she would have done this as a trick.
Mm-hmm.
That face is gonna haunt you for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and you're gonna start seeing that just in the streets and
Mhm.
around every now and then. You're gonna see that in the corner of your eye, and then you're gonna look, and it's just gonna be that person's face.
Mm-hmm.
I failed.
So how does this go again? This doesn't go off my original score. It goes off my current score.
Current, yep.
Okay.
And
Failed miserably.
how miserably?
95.
Oh, you just made it. Okay. Just roll a d4.
2.
There you go. Take that off.
All right.
I'm down to a 36. I rolled a 4 on a d4.
Really look the devil in the face, Vinny, and somehow I'm still more sane than you.
Have you met me?
He's been in battle. He's seen some things.
Listen, guys. I think that one of the things that we need to do is I think we need to go to Burnham and Root. I think we need to talk to somebody there and potentially look at blueprints for the building.
Yeah, agreed.
I think finding out why the central tower is made with steel beams is going to be important in this investigation. I hope I'm not grasping at straws here, but I think the fact that there was no windows is also telling in some fashion.
Well,
Windows, especially back then, are notoriously uninsulated. And having an uninsulated way for the cold to escape, that just kind of explains itself, I would think.
he just real world fucking player knowledge, character knowledge fucked you.
No, I mean I understand I understand the benefit, the value to not having windows in the building, but it's undeniable the risk involved in such a thing. Like
Well,
you cannot discount the fact that there were no windows compounded this fire and potentially caused it to take 16 lives.
well, no windows is actually a benefit in a fire because it doesn't allow the fire to be fed oxygen as readily as if there were windows.
It also doesn't allow our boys to fight it from outside the building.
That's why they fight it from the roof.
That's where they wound up.
I'm more interested in the fact that none of the employees' families have done anything in terms of trying to figure out what happened to their loved ones, especially in the age of occult.
I would say, arguably, Vinny, that if there is a family who has a loved one pass away in a tragedy such as this, and it's pretty obviously a fire that they died in, there's little other questions to ask. The type of people who are coming to Miss Riddle, the type of people who tend to fabricate their own questions and seek out people who will sate those curiosities. It just so happens that Miss Riddle actually is talented at what she does, but that does not change the type of people who are seeking answers from her.
You, sir, are thinking about this to 21st century. Think 19th century. People are stupid.
I absolutely agree with you, and I'm telling you as a player that I'm pretty sure that people are more obsessed with ghosts and shit now than they were.
I'm not gonna argue this fact on stream. I've just spent fucking like 6 hours listening to stuff about the occult during the 19th century.
I mean, I think there was a lot more. There was a lot of fear of the occult at that time, which has become a curiosity obsession in the 20th century. But I don't think that it was every single person who was seeking out occult answers.
They had occult parties in the 19th century. The rich were notorious for having parties amongst themselves and other individuals, bringing in seances from all over the world and paying them tons of money to have these occult sessions. There were multiple occult houses set up across the world in many, almost all major cities.
Okay, so why does that mean that Tom, Dick, and Harry are going to be asking about their family member that passed away in a fire?
Same reason people do it today, because they're stupid. I'm
I
just
will
saying
say-
the occult was way more prevalent back then than it is now. You didn't see, shabby little fucking trailers on the side of the road that said psychic here. It was a lot of high-end business, world class, fucking decked out showman, like Vegas level style people, not fucking meth head in a trailer on the side of the road saying they're psychic.
Okay, I'm going to interject here. Back
Let's
to the game.
continue.
Norman, as LB Jeffries. Norman, how could you be so sure of Ms. Riddle's validity? I'm just curious because I know nothing of this, and with us being forced to close our eyes just to get through the experience, how can we be sure? How can I be sure, having never experienced this before?
I'll be frank with you, LB. I looked.
You looked at what?
I opened my eyes. I looked around us.
Unbelievable.
He broke the
Okay.
rules. Can't even follow simple orders.
Well, actually, no. That's fine. I'm definitely not a safety squirrel or Mr. Rules man. But what made you decide to take that chance?
Well,
And more importantly, what did you see?
Well, all right. I'll start with your first question. So the reason I decided to do it, to open my eyes and to look, was because in my experience, there is no occult paranormal. It's a bunch of whack jobs in hoods burning down buildings for no reason other than to think they're ascending to some greater state of being. You investigate people claiming that paranormal forces were somehow involved in the passing of the loved one as long as I have, and you'll find that, as I stated when we left Mr. Shatton's residence, People are more willing to pay any amount of money just to not be afraid anymore. So when we come into something like this, where there's some sort of weird device on the table making sounds and sort of adding to the ambiance of the situation, you've got an individual who is whispering in our ears, who is not Miss Riddle, and Miss Riddle refuses to acknowledge this person. Seems to me like it would be pretty likely that there was a third party there who was intentionally doing these things in order to try to increase the artificially increase the validity of what was going on. That said, I opened my eyes. We were surrounded by fucking ghosts, and there
Actual
was
ghost.
they were translucent humanoid figures dressed in firefighting equipment. They were not they were not permanent in their appearance. They were very dynamic. And there was another individual who had a red. It was a red skull, right?
Red face.
He had a red face. And this particular individual saw me
What?
seeing him, and unlike the others who didn't react to me looking at them, he looked me dead in the eyes and he smiled.
This, you said individual. This is another one of the entities that you saw? Because individual indicates that it's a person. Like, I want to know if there was another person in the room going around with these individual voices.
I am of the belief that this red-faced entity was not another person.
So I look at Weston and I go, did you really hear me whisper something to you or say something to you during that?
Yup. You kept wanting me to ask you questions directly.
So I look back to Norman and I ask, did you see all of us surrounded by these entities?
I did. There was also some ethereal muck emanating from Miss Riddle's orifices. It was very strange. I don't have an explanation for that one.
All of them, or just the ones you could see?
The ones that were exposed to the air. I do not believe she was farting ethereal mud.
You sure it's just not the syphilis?
That is extremely odd and disturbing.
Yes.
So in your seemingly becoming enlightened to me of your experiences and your knowledge, so you thought this was it. This was a true, actual thing.
I spent quite a period of time studying the occult in what in the field we call parapsychology, and I think that what happened in there was the real deal. And I'm not going to lie to you. I think the fact that you guys followed directions and didn't look was a benefit. I don't see that red face leaving my consciousness anytime soon. That was unreal.
I simply respond by just staring at him. I don't know what to say in character.
Did I tell you boys about where I went and who was there when I followed Mr. Tesla back at Electric City the other night?
I believe you mentioned one individual for sure.
Yeah,
Do I
it was.
remember something about a chain or a necklace or something?
Yeah, he had some sort of necklace on. I don't think I didn't get a good look at what it was, like if there's anything on it.
Was it the Ghostly Hollows?
Um, I uh, I have a feeling, I do, that if we go back to the cold storage unit and we start digging around, that we'll find something. I don't know what that is, but I'd like to have as much information as possible going into it, such as a blueprint of the building. That way, if we do find something, we can know if it's supposed to be there or not.
Gee, so you want to know if your girlfriend lives in Spook Central? Is that what you're saying?
I want to know if there is really some greater order of the Azure Enlightenment, the Azure Awakening. If this is a group of individuals in power operating here at the exposition, uh, if there are more of these people, I have a feeling that we'll start to find a trail of breadcrumbs if we go to Bannerman Route.
Okay. Well, we do have the one voice telling us about the hooded figure, so
Yeah.
we have something, at least that information that's intriguing that I feel is worth following up on.
Um, yeah. I think I think that's probably our next move.
So to the offices of Burnham and Root, right?
Yeah. Which does anyone else find that name rather ironic?
Burnham,
Yeah.
because of the fire, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Burnham and
actually,
then
as an aside, and then Root around in the ashes, yeah.
well, and
As
also
an,
all that's left is the central tower or the root of the building.
I did not pick up on that one. But as an aside, Daniel Burnham was a very influential architect, designer, city planner, whatever you want to say, back in the actual real day. Matter of fact, he was instrumental in, I guess, setting up and preserving um the park, downtown park in Chicago. Um, and his name is attached to one of the harbors there. Burnham Harbor, I believe, is named after him.
Well, considering the amount of homework that Scott did for this, I'm not surprised.
So you notice Dr. Howardis has been with you this whole time.
Mhm.
He's been incredibly quiet.
Mhm.
And he just chimes in and says, I'm going to go see Marty about something.
Who's Marty and what do they want?
Is Marty the guy at the
Yeah,
Fort
Marty was the guy at the paranormal investigation clinic or whatever you
I
want to
forget
call
what
it.
we called it, but yeah, that place.
Okay.
And again, he's just really quiet, and then he's gonna go off and head back that direction. So,
Okay.
So how would you like to proceed?
Are we aware of where the Burnham and Root central office may be?
None of you are from here, but you're pretty sure it's probably down in the central part of downtown. Like if you find a tall building, that's probably where their offices are, but you don't know which one specifically right now. They're pretty well known, and you know that, so you're pretty sure you could ask somebody, and it wouldn't be too hard.
So if we were to commission another carriage, the carriage driver would probably know where we needed to go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's flag somebody down and making our way downtown.
Let's call it I don't know, $1.25 this time.
Okay.
Somebody wants to mark that?
I got this one.
All right.
Um, as you're traveling, this guy's a little bit chattier than the other people you've had. Even though like he's on the front of a carriage and you're in the back, he's just yelling back at you because he's just excited. One of the things he says is, "So you guys been down to the fair yet?" They he's just talking over you. They got this thing at the electric center. I don't remember what it's called. They got all this crazy electrical stuff. Edison's got this machine. You can see pictures moving. It's the craziest thing I ever saw. You gotta go see it. I forget what they called it.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers.
You gotta go for the hamburgers.
And we actually we missed that when we were at Electric City last time.
You
Probably
did.
because Howard was too busy shitting himself.
Probably. And then you get down close to the river because you kind of have to cross that to get into the downtown area. It's like you see a bunch of like construction work kind of going on like on the river itself. It's like, yeah, this is unnatural. You guys know what's going on here? They're making the river go the other way.
Hmm.
I don't know why they think that's a good idea. I think they're just it's unnatural.
I'll agree with you on that.
And then so eventually you do get downtown. I don't remember if their building was here yet, but I am going to just
It is
pretend
now.
it is. I just have to get this in here. I'm pretty sure it's here. Why isn't it loading? There we go. Okay. At the Rookery building. This brand new big building downtown that I'm saying is where their offices are right now.
Woohoo! Spontaneous offices.
So you go in and it's got this big lobby. This is one of the bigger buildings you've seen other than at the fair, but this is like a real well-structured one. Big lobby, central desk, with somebody who could probably direct you around, you think? Stairs off to the sides. Corey, I can't hear you.
Whoops. I walk up to the central desk and I ask if there is someone in the building I can speak to from Burnham and Root.
Burnham and Root. Do you have an appointment?
You do not.
I mean, they're on the top 3 floors here. I don't think I can let you up without an appointment.
Are you gonna stop me? And I start walking off to the stairs.
He just takes his head.
And
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go towards the stairs, hoping that Lieutenant Weston and LB follow me.
Yeah, I'll follow suit.
Well, of course.
This is more
And
entertaining.
I will go up to the third to last floor. I'll start at the bottom of the Burnham route.
Okay. So you went, because you were going fast, you just went up a side
Mhm.
staircase. So you just come out and there's a bunch of offices. There's no like lobby area. There's just like the side of a hallway.
Okay.
There's no like sign that says "Welcome to Burnham Route" or anything like that. Before you do that, roll let's call it intelligence.
Okay. That is another intelligence success.
Okay, so you had taken stock of how many floors there were. So you are on the third to last floor.
Okay.
I was going to say you're maybe on the wrong floor.
Can I see like anyone at a desk or in an office room or anything like that?
I mean, yeah,
Nearby?
there's people milling about. It's like 2 PM. So yeah, there's people in their offices. People kind of walking through the hall. Nobody's noticed you yet.
All right. I turn back to the boys and I say, listen, someone with a less regionally distinct accent should probably ask the next person that walks by where the blueprints got moved to. And hopefully they'll tell us where they are.
All right, I'll give this a try. Someone walks by, I assume.
I mean, you'd have to go out and approach them because you're like still at the stair entrance,
Okay.
like the very end of a hallway.
Then I walk up to the closest person to me, who may or may not be seated at a desk.
He would be.
And I say, pardon me, madam and or sir.
Gives you a weird look.
I'm in need of some blueprints. Can you tell me where the blueprint room is?
Who are you here with?
Well,
Have we not?
I'm in the same group as you are.
Are you new? I haven't met you yet.
Well, yeah, I think I would be new if I hadn't known where the blueprint room was yet.
Roll. What do we call? Is there something other than persuade for like? Is there like a deception? Anybody?
It doesn't look. There's fast talk.
That could be a deception.
Well, isn't a characteristic power like a will kind of thing?
Yes.
That could be like persuasion, right? Oh, there is a persuade.
There's persuade. I was just trying to see if there's a better one for like deception.
Okay.
Let's either persuade or fast talk.
It
You're
looks.
kind of-
It looks like in the manual it says that fast talk is specifically limited to verbal trickery, deception, and misdirection, such as bamboozling.
a great word.
All right. So which one?
Let's go with fast talk now that we know it's a thing. I probably should have
Okay.
used that in the past on some things, so I might give
Well,
you some new. I'm gonna give you a bonus because this guy isn't really ready for deception, so you can re-roll your 10s.
Okay, that's an 18 right now,
So it's already a pretty good start.
and it went worse from there. My fast talk is only a 5.
He's like, maybe you should talk to your supervisor.
Well, it's ironic that it's my supervisor that sent me down here to get these blueprints. My name's James, by the way, and you are?
Thompson, Davis Thompson.
Nice to meet you, Davis. You really, I'm brand new. Supervisor is already on me about, making a good impression and proving myself. So I could really use some help right now.
Well, another fast talk. Gotta pray for that 0.
Another fucking 18. Believe that?
Ooh. It's like, I mean, maybe you should just ask one of the secretaries. They show people around all the time. I should probably get back to this.
Sure. No, not a problem. Thanks for your help. Could you point me in the direction of one of the secretaries that I should talk to, please?
Oh yeah, just straight down the hallway, and that there's a collection of desks there at the middle.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
And I start booking in the direction that he pointed me. And if Norman and Vincent haven't already been behind me, I motion to them to go follow us.
Yeah, so there's a collection, like a kind of a ring of desks with women working at them. It's kind of the secretary pool.
All right, walk into the nearest one who doesn't appear to be like talking on the phone already or something, and say, "Excuse me, Miss Bond, James Bond. I'm new here. Could you show me where the blueprint room, or at least point me in the right direction? I really need to get these blueprints to my supervisor in a hurry."
Of course. Let me walk you down. She rolled a 99.
Cool. I thought I was gonna have to try to get another 18.
Again, these people are not really on edge. I was just seeing if she was going to feel weird and make you roll fast talk or not. Okay, so she's going to take you to there's kind of a center staircase near there. You're going to go up a floor. And then just down the hallway, then there's a big room. It's kind of like a library, but it's just all full of rolled up stuff in sort of like cubbies that are labeled. And a big drafting table in the middle.
All right. So I looked at Norman and I go, I assume that we would find a section specifically on the fair buildings. So I think we should probably start there.
Probably. Has the secretary left yet?
She's waiting for you to dismiss her.
Okay. Hey, Darlin, real quick before you go, is there a section where like you store like completed buildings, like not projects that are pending, but completed projects?
She kind of looks around at everything. It's like, they don't really tell me where they put things.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. We'll come find you if we need anything else.
All right. Have a good day. And she walks out.
All right. Why don't we split up the room a little bit? LB, why don't you look sort of over on this side? I'll look over here, see if you can find anything pertaining to the fair, or if there's some sort of like a alphabetical categorizing system. Lieutenant Weston, I have a third job I'd like you to do.
Sure.
I think, because you seem to be pretty good at finding stuff, I think that if you were to look around the room, take your time because we're going to be doing this for a little while. If you look around the room, try to look for that symbol. And I pull out like my notes and I show him, because he's already seen it, the full symbol from the Hermetic Order of the Azure Awakening.
Would I have to make a sanity check for this because I didn't look at it before?
Yes. I'm just gonna,
Oops.
in case you missed it.
I rolled a 30, so
What is your sanity?
36 currently.
So you're okay because they've talked about this before, so
Okay.
you weren't kind of totally off put by it.
Whoops.
All right, I have a bonus in technical drawing skills.
Okay.
Would that give me an
That-
advantage on finding these blueprints?
That's going to help you when you find the blueprint with
Okay.
reading it and understanding what it is and how it works.
Okay. Wasn't sure how all encompassing that would.
Has LB been in like an architecture firm before?
I would have to say probably not.
Okay.
Since we're in this sort of like blueprint storeroom, would this fall under library use check?
That's what I was thinking makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Christ, every fucking animal in this fucking room.
Dog come out of nowhere.
Damn it, dude, I'm rolling so bad. Ugh.
What should we be trying to roll in order to find this stuff?
We're calling it
Is there
library
one-
use.
Library use. Okay.
Jaden, so you've never been in an architecture firm. It doesn't really make sense to you how they've got this stuff stored. Like you were looking for labels that just say World's Fair or something, and they've all got kind of their own code to the language.
Okay.
LB, did you roll library use?
Yeah, I did. 74. I needed a 23 or less.
The same thing. It's taking you guys a while.
So from what I saw of like the categorizing system, he says like it's some sort of code. Can I discern from looking at the different codes if part of that code is a date?
Yes. You're pretty sure they're just putting like the last two numbers of the year as a start because you're starting to see that has an order to it.
Yeah.
88, 89s are starting to show up in places.
Mm-hmm.
You're less sure about the rest of it. You get the sense it's kind of some sort of shorthand.
Sure. Okay, can I look again? This time I'm looking for numbers that end in like basically a range of 90 to 93.
Since you know what you're looking for, I'll let you re-roll the 10s.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I think I may have done it. I did. But yeah, I did. I rolled a 34. I needed a 40.
Okay, so you have identified this one block that's starting the 90s. So it's probably like the last kind of 15% of the wall there.
Okay.
20%.
So I call over LB then so that he can sort of help me kind of systematically work through these stacks.
Okay.
These ones specifically. Just looking through them to see if we can identify the one that is the blueprint for the cold storage building.
Okay. Since you're helping, I'll have LB do the same, a bonus library check, library use.
Damn, I gotta get dice that suck
Do you reroll the 10s?
Oh, hey, an 8, and I needed a 23.
So now that Jaden's pointed out something about the pattern, it kind of starts making sense to you, and you get to this section, and you start pulling them out and kind of scanning them, and they're definitely World's Fair buildings at this point. So you're in the right area. It still takes a little time to kind of sift through them to get to the one you're looking for, but eventually you see a frame that looks familiar to what you thought you were looking for. It doesn't just say cold storage in big text at the top, but this is the one you're looking for.
Eureka!
A sudden realization of great truth.
Is there a door on this room?
Nope, you're trapped.
We just got.
No, I meant
teleported
like was
in.
it
There's
just
like
like
there's like a big double doors in the middle.
okay? I close them if they weren't already.
Okay.
That way we at least have a heads up if we're being disturbed.
Okay.
And did we already establish if we're alone, the three of us?
Yeah, you're the only ones in this room right now. 'Cause
Okay.
once the secretary left, you were the only ones there right now.
I
It's just
wasn't
kind of
sure.
it's blueprint storage. Nobody needs to be there right now, I guess.
All right, Spangler, get over here and read these for us.
I got no skill in this shit. I'm looking
Alright,
for
so-
a magical douchebag symbol.
Well, I'm looking at the blueprints, and I'm obviously, first of all, I'm trying to figure out if the steel structure is on them.
Roll that one thing. What did we call it?
It's under arts and crafts, actually, but it's
Technical.
listed separately as that technical drawing. So, goddamn, 75. I really need to change these out.
I mean, you found the center tower pretty easily. It makes sense. It's right in the middle, and it's this like square thing. You're not sure if it identifies the materials on this sheet or not, just from looking at it right now.
I'll tell you the one thing that Jaden is looking for is a signature.
Okay.
I want to find who it is that drew this up, who is like the principal architect, and I want to talk to them.
Okay.
Well, there are going to be a couple of signatures on there. One, there's going to be the technical drawer that actually did the blueprint, and then there's going to be the architect for the design.
I'm willing to
And
talk
possibly even an
anyone.
engineer on there too.
I'm willing to talk to anyone whose name is on this document.
Roll spot hidden. I think you're muted again.
I don't know how that happened. Hang on. I'm going to use luck to bring it down from a 66 to a 55.
Okay. Move your luck.
Yeah. 10, 11. Okay.
That's a thing. Do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can spend your luck to improve your rolls, but it does reduce your luck pool. And sometimes you'll have to roll against your luck for certain things, and you do run out of them. So if something comes up later, you might not have the luck to spend.
Got it. Is there a limit to how much we can try to spend at one time?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't think so.
Let's see if it's in this book.
Just depends on how lucky we think we are.
Haha. Oh, I think it was on this last one. You cannot use luck on sanity checks or combat roll.
Mm.
I'm going to say no limit because you do have to spend it.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, it takes you a minute to kind of scan this whole document. It's where it would make sense. It's in the one corner where it says initial design, John Welborn Root. Final design revised, Daniel Hudson Burnham. And I forget what we were thinking the other name was going to be. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. It's a large firm for basically the two, people of namesake to have both had a hand in that.
I mean, it is a World's Fair.
Yeah. Now, I was, I guess, with as many buildings as were being built, my hopes were, and this is me kind of speaking aloud to everyone. My hopes were that there were many people working on this, and that we wouldn't have to try to talk with Burnham or Root.
There are a few other names, but none of them are like the principal architects here.
Okay.
Why don't we just capture him, torture him for information, then dump him in the reversed river?
Well, it seems to me that Burnham and Root would have kind of rubber stamped these as long as they thought the design was within reason and possible. So they may not have been involved in the actual construction or anything past the blueprints. So if there were someone who was assigned as a construction manager or someone as a site manager, that might be suspect of being able to have the ability to change things on site that wouldn't be in the blueprints. Maybe
So
that's
the blueprints didn't show that central steel structure.
We couldn't tell.
You could see the tower, but you had a hard time identifying if it mentions what kind of material it is.
Hmm.
Like, there's probably something to the way they draw it, but you just don't know what it is.
Okay.
It's on your roll.
Did I ever find that magical douchebag symbol?
Did you roll for it? I
Not
didn't
yet.
hear it. Okay.
We've been playing with blueprints. Okay, she'll just come in here.
And where are you looking?
I was going to look specifically on door frames or cabinets.
What's your number?
I rolled an 84 for that one, for the 75, so I didn't find shit.
Yeah, I mean you're looking like in the door frame and nothing seems to stand out. Shelves just seem to be labeled like shelves.
Yeah, I don't know the point of you showing me that symbol, Jaden. There ain't shit here, and it's kind of spooky looking.
what about on the blueprint that we were studying? Anything in the corners?
Roll spot hidden.
I don't know what that stat is. Oh yeah, new dice are working much better. A 4, and I needed a 30.
Aggressive roll. You see something in kind of that central tower area that you aren't sure. It looks a little bit like the center of that eye thing, that sort of lightning bolt. But you aren't sure if it's connected to that or if it has something to do with where they're laying electricity. But it is in that central tower region.
Is there anything on the back?
Do we have any lemons and a heat source?
Bring supplies and some fire. Roll spot hidden.
I don't see anything.
You learned it's not a great idea to draw on the back of a blueprint because it might kind of bleed through and ruin the design on the front. So if there's something on the back, you don't know how they would hide it.
I hold the blueprint up to the light to see maybe if there's like a watermark.
Sure. I spot hidden again.
Okay. I can't remember what my number is. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I failed again.
You just see the design that's kind of backlit now.
Okay.
We're just having a real shitty day.
Having a rough time.
Our in the legend box, there would have been notations of any revisions that were made, and I can't remember if that had to be like the latest one that would have been written on this blueprint.
Yes, they only keep the latest revision in the active, kind of completed files.
So, all right. So, in looking for any sort of information like that, what would I be able to find? Can I?
You
I
want
guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to determine is if we have the right blueprint actually.
So it said this is the final design.
Okay.
So and it also noted that there was an initial design that was done. That is not this one. So it's possible that there's another one somewhere.
To the archives! Wherever those may be. We need another secretary.
All right. So you said that this symbol that Weston was looking for was on the blueprint, although it was unclear to me as to whether or not it indicated an electrical source or if it was the actual symbol.
Right. You found that sort of lightning bolt with the line through it. That's that center of the eye in the central tower, but you're not sure if that's their marking for like where they're laying wiring or something like that.
I want to grab a blueprint from another building from the fair, World's Fair section, and see if I can see that symbol on another one.
Okay, so you go back to that cubby where you found this one. Let's have you roll luck. Or no, let's have you roll against the that general index on the map there. So I'm just gonna they didn't number them all the way. Roll a D100 and I'll just kind of count it off in a way that makes hopeful sense.
I believe I rolled a 001.
Okay, so you got the administration building. So that is the main building there at the front of the basin, right there. One of the actual permanently built structures. So it's not going to be all wood and junk like that. Roll a spot hidden now that you pulled that out.
17.
What's your? Is that a regular success, or?
I think it's what is my spot hidden? 23. 30.
Okay, so it's a regular success. You're not seeing the same thing, which is a little weird because you know that this building is lit up, but you also know that this is a permanently built building. So maybe there's something there, but you don't see the same thing.
I want to called that to Norman's attention. I don't know where we can go with this. I don't know if this is a real indicator of whether or not this is something significant, but without knowing what other buildings to look at and verify, I don't know what we can assume from this. Can we assume that this has something to do with the design change and this darkness? I don't think we have the time to spend to look through all the fair building blueprints
Right.
to see if we can find that again.
You hear a jiggling of the handle to the door.
We could just take
I-
it with and revisit the blueprint later.
I rolled the blueprint up so they can't tell which one I'm looking at.
Okay.
But I can leave it on the table that we were at.
You notice by the sound the door seems to just lock automatically from the inside. So it was like a jiggle, they couldn't open the door. And then you hear a knock. Who's in there?
Yeah, is there a window in the door? Can anyone identify who we are, what we're doing right now?
One of those like opaque glass windows.
Oh. Okay,
Like a
so we can
privacy
see a
glass?
dark
Yeah.
figure, but they can't tell what we're really doing.
Yeah.
Is
I,
this is this blueprint something we can like say shove up a coat sleeve?
It's pretty long. Like it'd probably be most of your your whole sleeve. You can also try to fold it.
I kind of want to play the I'm here on official government business, leave me alone card.
I just put I put my hand on the handle of my pistol.
Okay.
I slowly walk up to the door,
Mhm.
and I crack the door open with like most of my body obscured by the other door. And I say, "Can I help you?"
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Norman Jaden.
Okay, great. What are you doing here?
Just looking at some blueprints. I assume that's what this room is for.
I haven't seen you around here before.
Yeah, no, I'm in town from another firm out east. There was an agreement between my firm and Mr. Daniel Hudson Burnham. I believe you know that name.
Yeah, I am that name.
I just mutter, "Oh shit."
Well, it's no, you know, actually, it's a great thing for me, Mr. Burnham, that you're here because my next thing that I was gonna do was try to meet with you, and I assumed that that was gonna be something that was gonna take time and setting something up with your secretary. But now here you are.
And what firm are you with?
I'm with Beat 'em and Bang 'em.
Go fast talk. With disadvantage. That sounds very fake.
Okay, so with disadvantage, it was a 26, which just barely fails. I needed a 20. You made me waste an 8.
An 8. 8 or an 8.
No, so you said you had me roll with disadvantage, right?
Yeah, let's re-roll the 10s.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I failed then.
It's like that sounds fake. What are you doing here?
Well, what you're doing here, Mr. Burnham, is I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the unique construction of the cult storage building. Please, come in.
Do you want to tell me who you actually are?
I am Nam and Jaden.
From a fake firm out east.
I'm from Boston. I work for a firm. Listen, just come in, Mr. Burnham. I just have a couple questions.
He signals behind him, and a tough-looking gentleman joins him as he enters the room.
Okay. So it's Mr. Burnham and this local tough.
Mhm.
Okay. As I invite them in and I shut the door, I give a look to Lieutenant Weston. I just kind of like give him a little nod.
I want to try and maneuver off to the side of these individuals.
Mr. Burnham, again, like I said, I'd like to ask about the unique construction of the cold storage building. I noticed when I arrived that it had unfortunately burned down, but I noticed that there was a large steel structure in the middle that was still standing. I was hoping you could shed some light on why steel was used for that particular part of the building.
Yeah, I mean, as you probably know, most of the buildings were built not to last. You just have to survive the fair. It's cheaper. That particular structure was a tall tower. We couldn't really get it to stand properly with just wood and the cheap materials.
What happened to that building?
Started on fire.
Interesting. Are you in any way surprised that the central structure remained unharmed?
I mean, that must have been where the firefighters concentrated their efforts, and the steel might have helped. I'm not a fire expert.
I saw on the blueprint that your associate, Mr. Root, was the original architect, and that the final design was approved by you. What sort of changes were made?
It's a sad business about John.
I'm sorry?
He didn't have a chance to finish the design. He passed away during the lead up to the fair.
I'm sorry to hear that. What happened to John?
We aren't really sure. I think just a health thing.
I'll have to have the office send flowers to his family when I get back. That's truly terrible. So, what sort of revisions could you tell me, Mr. Burnham, were made to this blueprint that you approved?
That one specifically, it's hard to remember. We designed a lot of buildings for this fair.
It's wonderful work you've done, by the way. I've been there. It's truly a spectacle.
Well, thank you very much. We had to develop a lot of new techniques to get everything up and finished and looking good despite being cheap.
Sure, I'd surely love to pick your brain on those later on, if we have an opportunity to meet again.
To see the specific changes, it's hard to remember. I'd have to refer to the initial drafts to say for sure.
Are those in this room?
No, this is just the final designs.
Where I mean, would we be able to look at those initial drafts?
I would say so. I just I don't trust you.
I have to say, Mr. Burnham, that hurts me deeply.
If you say so, Mr. Beat'em Bang.
It's Jaden, Mr. Jaden.
Sorry, I used the Chicago accent.
Look, I don't see why my we'll leave that. Mr. Burnham, could you tell me what it is that a particular symbol on this blueprint might indicate?
Particular symbol.
Yeah, I noticed it's not present on other buildings from the fair that were built around the same time.
Did you
LB,
look,
do you want to?
did
do
you
you
look through
wanna-
all of our blueprints? How long have you been here?
Not that long, just long enough to find the blueprint for the cold storage unit and to look at a couple others.
Okay.
LB, did you want to show him the symbol we're talking about? We can't hear you, LB.
You muted?
Yeah, he is.
Sorry. I was standing in front of the table that the blueprint was on, rolled up. I step to the side and unroll it, and then point to the symbol that we found.
He steps over, takes a look. I think that's just an electrical port.
That's what we thought too, sir. But then I grabbed the other blueprints that we looked at for the admin building, and I unrolled those, and so we don't see these on this particular blueprint.
And the administration building does have electricity. Is that correct?
Yeah, all the buildings at the fair do. The administration building though is that's one of the buildings we actually built permanently.
Mhm.
So the wiring is going to be different. So I think that's
All right.
probably what's happening here.
I'll just grab the next one in line, blueprints from the fair section, and unroll that one and look for that same symbol.
Can
I'm gonna
I
do this
make-
smarter this time, and I'm gonna have you roll a d4 to pick the column.
while he's doing that, can I make a fast talk check to see if I think that I'm being fast talked?
Okay. Fast talk, page 64. I just want to make sure that's what it means.
So when I was looking at it, it said that like you roll fast talk against someone else's like fast talk or
Oh, yep.
I rolled a 96.
You don't know. It sounded kind of weird, but you don't know. You don't know this guy. He could be just kind of odd.
Mm-hmm.
What was the
Roll.
4?
I rolled a 2 for the column.
Okay, and then roll a d20 if you have one ready, or otherwise a 10.
3. Good thing I wasn't rolling initiative.
Because I don't want to do fish storage yard, we're gonna call it the fisheries building, which is basically an aquarium. So as you are, so you pull that one out. Do you want to roll spot hidden to look for something?
Oh, that's a 42. I'm
You're a
pretty
30?
sure mine was a 30, so that was a fail.
Yeah, you don't see one on this.
All right, since I didn't see one, I'm going to take the chance and I'm going to have Burnham look at it. And if he spots the symbol, then I'll know that I missed it. Otherwise, I'll assume that there wasn't one on there.
Okay.
While he's showing him the blueprint, I'd like to use I would like to try and persuade him with the guise of the U.S. government would greatly appreciate your assistance with anything you can help us discover about the fire of the cold storage building. It is a matter of national security for some of our future projects.
U.S. government. Roll fast talk.
I have a 5 for that. I am in uniform though.
It's a good thing I used persuade last week.
I fail horribly.
I appreciate the government's interest. I'd prefer to see some sort of document that says they're looking for information.
I just pull out my military ID and show it to him. Military ID, ha, bitch.
That's a good picture.
Thank you. I am quite a stunning young man.
So LB, you were trying to show him that blueprint of the fisheries building.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, that was.
Yeah.
That
So
was
this is another. I'm assuming another temporary built for World Fair only building.
yeah. That was a
And
fun
it's-
one. We had to build these walls of glass so people could see the fish.
The
Is
symbol
there
does
something
not
odd
appear,
about this?
no.
What'd you say?
The symbol does not appear to be on this particular blueprint, sir.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I assume that even though this is basically a big aquarium, that it would still be lit.
There are lights inside.
I believe I had heard the phrase that all the buildings have electricity.
They do, yes.
Is there a way to explain the absence of the symbol on these other two blueprints?
I'm not sure. I don't always draw everything myself.
Is there a way to talk to the technical draftsman who would have finalized the blueprint itself? Or possibly someone further on down the line who can explain why?
Of the fisheries building?
Sure, we can go that direction.
I think name would be in the corner. Looks like Thompson.
Is it possible to talk to this individual?
If he wants to talk to you. Free country.
Yes, it is. Mr. Burnham, are you familiar with the symbol in question? Like, do you use this one yourself?
One would think across a architectural firm you would have it rather standardized.
You'd be surprised. Some of these things are in the early stages, especially when it comes to electricity. We've only had to account for that for a few years. This was the first time we did it in a major way. Could have been the whoever did the final draft that I approved. That was his shorthand, or maybe it was mine, and I just don't remember.
Guys, could I bother everyone for about a 10-minute break right now?
I was waiting for that to come up, so yeah.
Works for me.
Sure.
So much information. What are you doing?
Stuff and things.
Just messing with a dog. 'Cause she's big, fat, and dumb. Yes, she is. I'm really enjoying this though, Scott.
Good. Tell me if you're not, because it's okay, and I can make changes.
I definitely have to learn how all the skills apply in this.
Me too. I think I will do that this week. Is read through some of that stuff so that I'm a little bit better prepared.
Well, it's a new system, and we're doing it on the fly, so.
Because based on what you have done so far, there's almost no chance you get to the finish today. Let's figure some stuff out quick.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Have you met us?
No, I'm totally okay with this. I like this has turned into a whole thing.
It is.
I'm gonna be like 3 hours.
I got no problem with doing more of it.
Mm-mm.
All right, everybody ready to jump back in?
Yeah.
All right. So you're still having a conversation with Mr. Burnham. He is, maybe his patience is running a little thin with you because he doesn't really know what you're doing here.
Understandable. So I want to kind of whisper to Norman that I wonder if this isn't exactly the place we're going to find more answers. I wonder if we should just head back over to the cold storage building in the fairgrounds.
I whisper back, starting to think you're right.
All right, I know that Lieutenant Weston has just started his government appeal, but I just kind of see if I can motion to him that we need to kind of wrap it up and get out.
All right, catching that out of the corner of my eye, I'm gonna go, well, sir, it seems like you will not be a good fit for any future government contracts. Have yourself a good day, and walk out the door.
Perfect. Well, if there's nothing else, gentlemen, this has been interesting.
Yes, no, sir, thank you for your help. And I carefully put all the blueprints back and make sure they're all neat and tidy.
And then we light the room on fire and run.
Roll for arsenal.
Speaking of which,
arts and
get
crafts?
some of that to investigate.
Mr. Burnham, thank you for your time, and we will probably not be in touch.
Kind of gives you a little like half smile, like.
I try to make it so that I am the last one of the three of us to leave the room.
Okay.
And right before I leave, I stop with my hand on the door frame and I turn back and I say,
Say one more thing.
I say, what do you know about the Hermetic Order of the Azure Awakening? Ever heard of it?
Kind of cult. Do you want to roll something?
Sure. Yeah. What do you want me to roll?
Like, are you trying to see something on his face?
I am. Yeah. I'm trying to see if so really I was trying to get like kind of some sort of reaction out of him. And if so I am. Yeah. I'm kind of reading him.
Let's call fast talk our whole like just BS in both directions so we can see if you're seeing something.
Okay. 79.
You don't know him. He's tough to read.
Yeah. Okay. I just turn and leave.
Okay. You hear him say to the other guy, like, "Who are those idiots?" As you guys,
We're known as eccentric in this day and age.
so where do you go from there once you leave the room?
Cold storage?
Yeah, I said we hop another carriage and head to the cold storage building.
Before we do that, gentlemen, I suggest we walk a couple of blocks and then hail a carriage. We want to make sure that no one's following us. I may have dropped a bomb
You
on
took
my
a
way out.
shit in the blueprint room?
I did not upper deck them.
You
Alright,
shit
so-
in a filing cabinet.
but I may or may not have name dropped the cult. And so I want to try to make sure we're not being followed.
So keep an eye out for the little toughie and his buddies. Got it.
And this is where we get jumped and our asses beat.
So
Or drunk again.
here is what I recommend. I recommend that we walk 1 block south and then 2 blocks west,
That'll
and
that'll,
then
that'll run
sorry?
you right up to the river. Just so you know.
okay, and then
Then we roll swimming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we roll for drowning. That's it. Yeah.
yeah, I wanna take a somewhat erratic path. That way it's a little more obvious if someone's following us.
Well, let's just flip a coin at every intersection and see which way we go.
All right. So we'll say this was in the stairwell you were having this conversation, or outside
yeah, outside the building.
Okay, outside the building. So as you start your way south, let's have your roll. Is anybody following me? Check.
Would that be like spot hidden?
Yeah, let's just call it that.
All of us, or
Whoever wants to be looking.
Yeah.
Finally, something good. I rolled a 9, which is a wicked success.
That's Norman's 3rd level success.
Yeah.
Okay.
So wicked hard.
That's wicked hard success.
Wicked hard success.
Okay.
I rolled a 2.
Wow. Okay.
I rolled a 70.
So Weston's really enjoying the view around here.
Hey, I still succeeded. My spot hidden 75.
Okay, but you're still kind of more enjoying the view. Then you also notice that guy, that tough dude, and a friend of his did leave the building, and they seem to maybe have an eye on you.
Okay.
So you've gone south a block.
Yeah. So at least now that I know that we have a tail, I wasn't expecting to figure it out so quickly. I think we can probably.
Wicked hard success.
Yeah, so wicked had success. Sometimes you just do things well. I think boys, we're definitely being followed, and let's hail a carriage and see how far they're willing to take it.
Jaden, as you're looking for a carriage, the first one that goes by, you see that red face.
Oh, geez.
And as the carriage just drives past you, he's making eye contact, smiling as he passes. Just eye contact the whole way down.
I just kind of do one of these. Okay, not that one.
It's a Rakshasa. It's got that smile.
Oh shit, he crossed over from another campaign.
But then another carriage comes along. You want to hail that one?
Yeah.
All right. Where are you guys headed?
Why don't you take us to the terminal at the World's Fair, or at the exposition? I mean.
Alrighty. Call it 75 cents.
I got this one.
All right.
All right, so he's just taking you the direct route.
Mhm.
Are you looking behind you, or you're just assuming you're tailed?
I am going to. I think we should be looking behind us, but we should wait a little bit. I want
Okay.
them to think that they're doing good at it.
Okay. Okay.
Obviously, when we make any kind of a turn to head down on a different street, we can kind of see what we can see out of our peripheral at that point in time.
Sure. I will say so. There's really only going to be like one turn and turn back. It's pretty much a straight shot from where you were.
Hmm.
But you will have those two turn back, that one switch back to.
I think if we see that we're starting to come into an area where there's a bit more traffic, be it carriages and foot traffic, we look like as we're getting to that, so that we still have a good chance to see them behind us.
Okay. Let's have you roll stealth since you're trying to be sneaky about looking.
It's probably not going to be. No, I failed.
Okay. What did you roll?
I rolled a 55.
Okay. Anybody else trying to do that?
Sure. Bad. 76.
Oh, I might as well give it a shot. Nope.
So you're all pretty sure you have seen the same two people behind you, but you're not sure if they saw you or not now. If they know that you're looking for them, you don't know. You keep going along. Eventually, you are going to get to the terminal.
Okay.
For sake of sakes, put you on the terminal. So he'll drop you off.
Yeah. I'd like to see if we can like somehow go through one of the buildings to try to lose them.
Do you want to go through the terminal, or do you want to go through a different building?
We can go through the terminal. It should be pretty busy.
Yeah, it's pretty heavily trafficked. It's like maybe 4 o'clock now. And yeah, people are coming and going. This is still a huge thing. People more leaving because it's late in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Although some people still arriving because they want to see it all lit up.
Right.
So, so you go into the terminal. It's busy. You're trying to go a particular direction. You're just kind of shifting through the crowd.
Just kind of shifting through the crowd. Like if there's like a large group of people moving like in a particular direction, just kind of like, putting your head down and turning and going with them, kind of like an Assassin's Creed.
Is your goal to then leave the building with a crowd? Because there are people getting on trains too.
Right. Yes, I think my ultimate goal would be to leave the building with a crowd so that I can hopefully lose them and get to the
Okay.
Let's
have y'all roll stealth again.
Nope. Oh wait, nope.
How nope?
My stealth is a 20 and I rolled a 28.
Okay.
I rolled a 73 against my 35.
Okay.
26 against 25.
Okay. So you're doing this, but you kind of keep bumping into people, and you're pretty sure you've kind of made yourself not as inconspicuous as you were hoping. But eventually you do get out and leave the building. You're hoping you lost them, but you're not super confident.
Well, do we just want to wander around some more and go to our hotel and then crash for the night and come back?
I have a feeling that we should stay someplace public.
So, sleep in the park like hobos.
We could go back to the Electric City and check out that moving picture. And potentially, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of people there, so
True.
these guys aren't gonna really try anything.
Yeah, that sounds like a decent enough plan for now.
Okay. So that is, as you recall, very close by. So it's just a quick walk past the admin building to get over to the electricity. So it's a little bit different because last time you came here it was dark out. So there aren't as many lights just out in the street. You get inside to that familiar setup of just tons of electrical objects and things being displayed. You remember he mentioned it was Edison's moving picture thing, so you do see that down the Tower of Light side. That's probably where you'd want to look.
I want to keep my eyes peeled for another druggie.
Okay. Do you want to roll spot hidden?
Yes. 52 of my 75.
Okay. So your eyes are peeled. Nobody that you're seeing with hoods or masks right now.
Then what I would like to try to do while we're here is to keep an eye on the two gentlemen who are following us, and also to see if I can't see like who is, like how many people or who is coming and going from that room that I followed Tesla into last time.
Okay. So that would be spot hidden.
Okay.
Keep your eyes on that area.
No, I rolled a 77 against my 55.
Glancing over, you don't see anybody coming and going from that room.
Okay.
So either somebody's inside or nobody's inside.
Schrodinger's room.
This is all Schrodinger's cult. So you make your way over. There's a line. And behind a sign that you see for Edison's kinetoscope. That you're thinking is probably the moving picture thing, because it's like a line that moves every 10-15 seconds or so, one person. So if you want to get in line there.
Yeah.
So eventually you get up to the front. You have to drop a nickel to take a look. So who's up first?
I'll go first.
Okay. So you hand a nickel to the operator. It's this like kind of mailbox sized box there, and then there's sort of like an eye, like a 2-eye aviator goggle kind of. You bend over and put your eyes on it. So you do that, and you see this. It's like a 5 to 10 second loop of these two kind of boxers, like trading jabs. It's just a loop over and over, and you've never seen a moving picture before, so this is kind of crazy. But that's all it is. It's just a loop of these like couple trading blows.
All right, I'll watch it for like a minute and get a couple of loops in. And
You get tapped on the shoulder after a little bit. Sir, can you keep the line moving? We just want to show it to everybody.
oh, sure, definitely. Just super fascinated. Sorry.
Absolutely, no problem. And who's up next?
I guess I'll go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Weston, you drop your nickel. Same thing, put your head down. You get that loop of the boxers trading blows. It's a pretty cool thing to be seeing.
All right. I'll notice that it's looping and just be like, okay, that was fun.
All right, and then Jade.
Yep.
All right, so you do the same, but you notice when it loops the second time through, both the boxers' heads are turned towards you, and they're trading blows, but they're just looking at you the whole time. And then the fourth loop, they just turn towards you and just stare at you. Roll a sanity check.
Oh, jeez.
While Norman's looking at what'd you call it, a kinetoscope?
Kinetoscope.
Kinetoscope. I want to kind of glance around to see if I can spot the two guys.
Okay. Spot hidden.
Well, that's a 70. Definitely fail.
It's a big crowd. It's kind of hard to tell.
I'll do the same.
Failed my sanity check.
You did what?
I failed my sanity check.
Okay. D4.
All right. That's another 3 off.
Jaden's having a bad day.
I brought it on myself.
I failed to spot hidden also, so.
Okay. Same thing. It's a big crowd. You're hoping that means it's the same for them. Is if they're here, they can't really see you. So.
One can hope, anyways. So what do we see when Jaden comes out of it?
Right after that, Jaden, the last loop, it's back to normal.
Of course.
So what would you like to do?
Well, I'm not seeing anybody here, so.
Is anyone up on like the upper level like viewing area? Can we see people up there?
Based on the time of day, yeah. It's the same kind of collection of Edison's up there watching his side. Someone you can see somebody down at the other end. You assume might be, different, like higher level electrical dudes like that.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, there's the crowd gathered at the other end. You think Tesla might be doing his show soon.
All right, if we want to do this before it gets dark, I think we should wait for for the Tesla show to start and use that as our opportunity to leave.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yep, sounds good.
So, do we want to make our way down to the Tesla show just to hopefully disappear a little bit better into that clusterfuck?
Yes, but let's sort of stay on the outside so it's not as obvious when we leave.
Good plan.
Okay. So you go other way to the crowd, and he starts the same familiar show that you saw last night. Anything you want to look for? Or you're just kind of watching the show.
So since we're kind of like off to the side, I'm just looking for those guys to see if they're around at all.
Okay. Roll spot hidden.
Okay, I rolled a 6. That was another wicked hard success.
Okay. You do see them down in they're down a ways.
Okay.
They're both kind of doing the look around and kind of mutter to each other. I don't think they know where you are, but they're here.
Okay. Are they like by the Tesla side of things with the show?
They're kind of down in the middle, like they're down
Okay.
the ways a little bit.
Yeah.
But you saw their faces.
Okay. Is there only like one entrance exit to the building?
No, there are multiple. There's 4 main entrances
Mhm.
and exits, like in a cross pattern.
Okay. And they're sort of in the middle, you said, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so they're pretty close to that kind of crossroads section.
Okay. Let's move to the well, now that the show has started, let's start moving to the closest exit to us.
Okay. So for the sake of this, we're going to call the northern side the Edison side and the southern side the Westinghouse Tesla side.
Mhm.
So you're down kind of in this corner there,
Okay.
southeast. So the southern door would be your closest.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll kind of slide over that way.
Okay. So you'll make your way out through the door there, and you feel pretty good that they wouldn't have seen you because of this crowd, and they were looking around, not sure where you were right before.
Hmm. Okay, let's make our way over to the cold storage building before we lose the light.
All right, off we go.
All right. Based on time of day, I'm gonna say you have maybe an hour and a half of daylight.
Okay.
And it's like a 10-minute walk to get to cold storage.
Okay. I start just kind of wading through the wreckage to try to get as close to that central tower as I can get.
Okay, so before you do that, so you've made the walk over.
Uh-huh.
Are you just going straight in?
I think that's where I want to go look at the tower itself. I don't think that everyone needs to if they have other things that they want to look at, but that's me.
Like, do you want to see if anybody's around?
Yeah,
Or
that's
you're
my
just going
plan.
straight into the building?
I'm
I
looking
just want to make sure
for
you're making the choice that
druggy
you need to make.
motherfuckers.
What did you say?
I'm trying not to get drugged again, so I'm keeping my eyes out for anybody who even seems remotely suspicious.
Yeah, I want to kind of see if anybody suspicious looking is milling around.
Jaden, have you already gone?
I guess
Yeah,
so. I guess
yeah.
my question is: are there a lot of people like walking near that building currently?
There's not a lot of people because it's a destroyed building, and the other buildings right next to it are not terribly exciting. Like this is kind of like behind by the train yard.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it's not the biggest crowd area. There are some people around. If you wanted to try to find specific people, you can roll for it, or you can just trudge right in if you wanted to try that.
I think I want to trudge right in.
Okay. So while he's doing that, LB, you wanted to look for what kind of people?
Well, I'm going to be pretty sure that we left the those 2 assets in Electric City for the time being, and if not, they're probably far enough behind us that we might be able to get away with it without them seeing us.
Okay.
Are there any kind of security or anybody trying to keep people from wandering into the building?
Roll a spot hidden.
Ooh, I think I made it. 2 versus 30.
Sorry, what was the roll?
Yes.
Success. Okay. So you notice that there are a few of those Colombian guardsmen around, like the uniformed
Hold on,
sort of
okay.
police. What was that?
I think something's going on with them.
Okay.
Okay, try it again.
You did say success, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you do notice a few of those Colombian guardsmen, the uniformed sort of police for the fair. There are a couple of them outside cold storage. They don't look like they're, super alert. They're just kind of hanging out, leaning against wherever they have to lean against. Was it a regular success?
22, and I needed to get a 30, less than 30.
Okay. And yeah, and there's some other people around. You don't know if they have any interest in this building or not. But there are at least a couple guardsmen.
Well, I'm going to take the chance that the guards are just kind of resting there and then really don't give a shit, and I'm going to follow Jaden in.
Okay.
And see, yeah.
I'm gonna add you in with Jaden to roll stealth. Weston, are you doing the same thing?
I'm gonna see if anybody suspicious is following us, looking like they may be attempting to come and drug us again. And I'm gonna try and lean up with the guardsmen and see if they start a conversation with me, and if so, I want to try and be a distraction.
Okay. So roll spot hidden first to look.
I rolled a 46 out of 75.
You're not seeing any of those masks or hoods. You also aren't seeing those tough guys from the architecture firm. Just these couple guardsmen, and then a couple people who, again, maybe are interested in the building, maybe aren't. They could just be tourists walking by.
Okay.
Stealth.
I rolled a 50 against my 35.
Okay, and LB.
I rolled a 22 against the 25.
Okay. Weston, how are you going to try to distract the guardsmen?
See if they just strike up a conversation with me, and if so, just commiserate with them about the bullshit of having to be in, relatively similar organizations and having to deal with, the higher ups being complete retards, not doing anything intelligent or following through on anything and getting stuck with the shit jobs and just general bullshit commiserating.
Okay. Yeah, they think they're guarding this just abandoned building for no reason.
Hey, Mike, I thought this was supposed to be a fantasy game.
Hey, I'm good at what I'm good at.
They notice your uniform. Like, hey, what branch you in?
Leads into the army, and then I'm a lieutenant.
Okay. So you guys have that conversation you kind of outlined. These guys don't really care about their jobs. This is kind of the shift that nobody cares for, because nobody cares about this burned down building. But they were told to keep an eye out. They just don't know why.
I'm just kind of being the eyes so the other guys can search.
Yep. So based on their role and that distraction effort, I'm going to change that. Yeah, so the guardsmen don't notice the two of you making your way into the rubble.
That's good.
Doesn't mean no one does. It just means the guardsmen don't.
Right. Yeah. So I head towards the tower, and I start to look for that symbol, any doors or like cellar entrances, anything like that.
So once you get into the part of the building that is still kind of standing past the rubble, because there's still kind of this most of the part of the roof leading into the tower section, like that's kind of put together. So you're sort of indoors at this point. You make your way towards the part that is the tower. There's a staircase that's in kind of rough shape.
Okay.
So if you wanted to try to make your way up, you can do so. Or are you just trying to look up and see if you can see anything?
So I'm just like kind of investigating right now, but I'm also looking for a way to go down.
Okay.
Under the tower.
Okay. Roll, I guess, spot hidden for all that.
Oh, jeez. I'm rolling so bad. 76 against my 55.
Okay. Yeah, you're not seeing, if there is a way down, it's not here, you think. But it could be buried because there is some rubble down here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's buried. Everything is kind of charred down here. And you look up, you don't really see much other than just the stairs continue up. LB, you looking for anything particular?
Yeah, actually, um, I'm not really trained in fire inspection or investigation, but do I notice if it appears obviously that there is a more centralized location for the fire than in other areas that I can see from when I'm standing at the base of the tower?
From down here, not really. Like the whole ground is charred, and you remember the one firefighter said there was kind of a pit of fire underneath.
Right,
as they
yeah.
went up. So it makes sense. This whole thing is charred. If there is kind of a starting point, again, based on what you'd heard, you'd think it's up.
This device that they said that the sparks were coming from, is that where up would lead to?
Based on how they described it, yeah.
Okay.
It'd be at least a little bit upstairs because it said it's kind of where the tower kind of met the ceiling of the rest of it.
Do I notice what Norman is looking around at? I mean, when I notice he's
you
like
notice
looking
him-
for a lower.
You see him kind of looking around and kind of pawing at the dirt a little bit.
All right, I want to before I try the stairs, I want to go over and kind of pick his brain a little, see what he's thinking.
Um, so I'm looking for some sort of like hidden entrance, a cellar or something. Especially given that Mr. Shadden made mention of something being underneath the old cold storage building. That was something that stuck with me. But I haven't found anything yet. I think I'm gonna kind of double down and like slow down a little bit and maybe look for the that cult's symbol and see if maybe there's like some sort of marker or hidden lever or something.
So you're just kind of pawing through the rubble and seeing if there's something on the ground.
Yeah, and like kind of like using like like a handkerchief or something to like wipe parts of like the tower to see if I
Sure.
can find any symbols carved or drawn on there.
Sure. Do a new spot hidden.
Okay. That's a 40 against my 55.
Okay. So you've cleared some of the ground, and if there was something maybe drawn, you can't tell because it's just burned up. There's nothing like engraved in the ground. As you get to some of the posts, same thing. You're not seeing anything down here. Like nothing out of the ordinary here on the ground.
Okay.
So I want to say
I'm
to
gonna
him
have. Go ahead.
that I did not remember what Shadden had said about the lower or beneath. So that sounds like it's definitely something that needs to be checked into. And I think given the fact that we don't have much daylight left, I wonder if we shouldn't split up and you try to find this lower entrance and I'll head up top and see what I can see.
I think that's good. Just be careful up there.
I'll try.
All right. So LB, you start making your way up those stairs. Every now and then you get you knock a chip off of them because they're a little bit in rough shape. There's a couple missing steps that you have to make your way across. And then as you get closer to the where it kind of meets the ceiling, there's like 5 steps missing. So if you're going to try to get across that, you're going to have to come up with something, either just jumping up. Maybe the railing will hold if you just kind of use that to get yourself up.
Looking around in the debris, is there anything I can use to span the gap?
Let's roll luck.
76. And I don't know what my luck is currently in 85 right now. I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, so you rolled under your luck, so that's good.
Okay.
So you remember a few steps down, there was this piece of sheet metal that had fallen onto those stairs that you're thinking maybe it would stretch across. And maybe it would at least give you enough support that holding onto the rail, maybe that'll get you across.
Sheet metal, huh? Is it like really thin gauge, or is it?
It's like it'll be a little flexible, but you're confident it's long enough. This isn't like a nice thick steel beam, but it is.
Right,
It's
right.
like maybe I'm not great at metal thicknesses, half-inch. It's enough to be flexible, but it's not just going to snap. You wouldn't think.
Okay, so the tread on an average industrial stair, I'm gonna guess, is pretty close to a foot. So that means that if there's 5 steps missing, that's 5 feet. And I have average length legs, so I can probably span 3 to 4 feet pretty easily. So if I put the metal down on the steps that are there and only take about a foot's length onto the metal with 1 foot, grab the railing so that I'm only about like where one of the other missing steps would be, and then try to make that same span to the outside of the other end of that sheet metal.
Mhm.
Hopefully I won't go crashing down onto Mr. Jaden.
All right. So we'll have you go ahead and set that up, and then roll. What would we roll? This isn't super athletics. I'm not going to go into the climbs or jumps. I'm just going to have you roll luck.
What was that? Luck?
Luck.
Okay. I think that's a pretty good success. It was a 35 against an 85.
Yeah. So the plan worked well. Like there was some give to it, but it never felt like it was sliding. Yeah, you got across pretty well. And you're hoping you've left something so that Jaden, if he follows you, would have a way to get across to you. So then as you get up to the area that you've been told about, you're not sure if this is there's somebody kind of bent over, like kneeling down there, and you're not sure if they're moving or not yet. Maybe this was just one of the bodies that just kind of happened to be in a kneeling position. How do you want to?
I want to approach with as much stealth as I can muster.
Okay, roll stealth.
Damn, why is that 70 always coming up now? That's going to be a bad one. I believe stealth is only 25 for me.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
So there's still a lot of rubble up here. It's kind of a platform. So like the stairs had gone around and up, and then now you're in a platformed area. So there's some rubble that has fallen down here, and you just kicked some of it. And as you do that, this person lifts up their head and turns towards you. You can see they're wearing like a suit, and then coming out of that suit, there's a hood over their head, and it's covering their eyes, so you can't really see their face.
All right. I do have a weapon. I wasn't sure how much money to take off for it, but I did purchase an inexpensive firearm.
So you want to pull that out?
Yes, I do want to have that ready.
Okay. Are you going to fire it now, or you're just pulling it out?
I just want to keep it in case I need to.
Are you pointing it, or are you just holding on to it? I just want to make sure.
I think I would want to be a little more ready with a hooded figure standing in front of me, so I'm actually going to have it out at like hip height, pointed at the figure.
Ah, the old Dick Tracy stance.
Well, it is the times almost.
Okay. He sees you take the gun out, and in kind of a low voice that you think he's maybe masking his voice.
Goes, I'm Batman.
Swear to me. Says, there's no need for that.
No guns.
You just threw a batarang into that man's skull. I don't kill people.
I ask, who are you?
That doesn't matter.
What are you doing here?
My work.
And if you would indulge me, what kind of work do you do, Mr. Hooded Figure?
The work that must be done.
Can I make a listen check to see if I hear LB talking up above me?
Are you still all the way at the bottom?
Yeah.
Because you can make
I
a look
get-
check. I'm just.
So
it's gonna be
I
pretty far.
yeah, I was just because I figure right, like LB had that conversation about going upstairs with me before I started looking for the symbol. So I figure I'm still down there looking for the symbol.
Right.
Okay. I rolled a 6.
Ooh.
And that is a wicked hard success.
Okay. So you actually heard LB kick the rubble,
Yeah.
and somehow there's like a funnel of sound to where you're standing. Like it's just pure chance.
Acoustic.
You don't hear the exact words necessarily, but you are hearing distinctly two voices.
Okay. I start making my way upstairs. I don't know when during their encounter I'll get there, but I start making my way up.
Okay. So LB, he just said the work that needs to be done.
Right. As he says that, I realize that things are probably not going to go well for me, so I raise the gun to an aiming stance.
Okay.
And I yell, Jaden, get up here!
As you do that, find the appropriate. He is going to. Ooh.
Been nice knowing you guys. When the keeper says, ugh.
I'm trying to decide how he's going to react because you have a gun pointed at him, which limits his options. Yeah, he is going to lunge at you and attempt to wrestle the gun away.
Anything I know about this scenario from working with all the troopers that I do, this is not going to go well for me.
So let's do. Gonna be fighting brawl. Well, okay. So you had it readied. So he's initiating an attack, but you were ready. So we're gonna go. What is your dex? And because you have a readied firearm, your dex is plus 50.
I have 65.
Okay. So if you want, as he lunges at you, you have an opportunity to take a shot.
Yeah, if he's making attacking motions, I am definitely going to let Mr. Smith & Wesson do my talking.
All right. Let's roll gun happenings. I don't remember how that works. Look up firearms.
So I see firearms, handgun, firearms, rifle, shotgun.
Yeah, so roll come on. Find the right section. You're gonna roll a D100. I just have to look at what you're rolling it against.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go with that firearms handgun skill as your what's a success,
Okay.
because that would match with your
I'm
unarmed.
gonna swap out against everything that tells me that I'm not gonna roll another 7, but we'll see. Well, there was a 7, and it's a 47 against a 25, so
Okay.
that's not good.
I think I might have found the right section, so I can just double check before stuff happens. Make an attack roll. Firearms. There we go. So you're point blank. So I'm gonna give you a bonus die because you're so close. So re-roll the 10s.
You asked about the dex. Does that have any bearing on that, or is that already factored into my
I think that's
roll
factored
against?
into your skill. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you re-roll the 10s though because you're point blank.
Nice. Double zeros.
Okay. So you get him right in the head.
Wow.
Um,
So much for shoot first and ask questions.
so LB, I don't know if you've ever fired a weapon, but you are extremely grateful that you had that on you right now. As let's have you roll the damage, even though I think he's gonna be dead.
It's a D10.
10.
Okay. Well, I already got a bunch of those up here. Okay. Wow, that sucked. I rolled a 2.
Okay. I'm gonna go because that was a crit. Wait, hold on. Double zeros?
Yeah, you had him re-roll the 10, so he got a, what was it, a 002?
007.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good. I was gonna say because all zeros is 100, and that's bad. Because it was a crit. No, it wasn't quite a crit. So he's not dead, but he is. He got shot in the face, and he is on the ground.
He ain't doing so good.
All right, my first question though to you is: did his lunge actually give him the opportunity to make it to me and cause bodily contact?
Just because he was lunging at you, I think the momentum of the bullet is gonna knock him down. So he maybe kind of like swiped an arm as he got hit, but you're not taking any damage there. And you're
Okay,
not.
so but he's basically like on the ground in front of me.
Yes, like
He's like
right in
at
front.
okay. If there's room to step back, I want to take 1 or 2 steps back so that he cannot like swipe at me.
Okay. So because you
And
had
then
approached him, you do have some room to back up.
Okay, and then I just want to kind of stay there. I want to hold the gun on him, not fire again, but be ready to. And then I want to hear it. I want to listen to see if I hear Jaden coming up the stairs.
Okay. Roll a listen check.
That is a 2. I'm assuming that's good.
That is very good. Very clear. Jaden's running up the stairs right now. Jaden, now is the point where you're going to cross that metal.
Okay.
So again, because LB got lucky, and this is as sturdy as it could be right now,
Mhm.
roll luck. Unless you want to try to jump the gap.
I can.
Or if you want to do something else, that's also an option.
Just
No,
metagame. The only reason I didn't jump is because I'm a 55-year-old man, so I didn't think my athleticism was gonna do very well there.
I'm gonna go ahead and test my luck.
Okay.
Oh my god, I got a 52 against my 54.
As you do this, your foot slips
Mhm.
and kicks that metal almost off. Like it's still there, but
Mhm.
you'll have to reset it when you come back. But you
Okay.
do get this.
You said I do make it across, right?
You make it across. You just kicked that metal out, and you had a little bit of a scary moment.
Yeah.
So would I have heard this gunshot then?
Maybe a listen check.
Good question.
I rolled a total of 7. What is my listen score? It's a 20.
Yeah, you heard it.
I should
You're
start
pretty sure the
making more.
guardsman next to you might have heard it because
Oh.
they're starting to. Did something happen? They're starting to give that look.
That was my concern, whether or not the guards were still there.
I'm just gonna say I gotta go take a leak and step around the wall and start running towards the gunshot.
Fast talk.
I'm horrible at those. I rolled an 83 against my 5.
They both look at each other, and then they just keep leaning.
Okay.
That's the Lieutenant Weston version of "You gonna stop me?"
Yep. So I'm just going into the building,
Okay.
hauling ass towards the gunshot.
Weston, as you do that, when you get, if you're heading towards that center area,
Mm-hmm.
you notice another guy in a suit at the bottom of the stairs looking up.
Does it look like any of our party?
Nope.
Then I'm gonna pull a gun.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Wow.
I heard a gunshot. I'm going to what I know.
He's a man in a suit and a hat.
Last time I encountered somebody I didn't know, I got fucking gassed. And I just heard a gunshot when I know 2 of my buddies are in here, and I'm worried about getting gassed or shot right now.
Or gas shot.
So you've got your gun out?
Yep.
Is it pointed at him?
Yep.
All right. Do you say anything, or you just?
I say, put your hands up.
He looks. He's like, put that away. I'm a Pinkerton.
What the hell's a Pinkerton?
They are a private detective agency operating right now.
Would we know that?
Yeah,
I'm still saying, what the hell's a Pinkerton?
they're well known.
Apparently not in military circles.
We were hired by the mayor to look to make sure that things are looked after.
Keep your hands where I can see them. Any sudden movements and I'm shooting you.
Look, I don't know who you are. I see you got the military uniform. We're on the same side here.
I'll
heard a
be the one to
gunshot.
determine that.
I heard a gunshot. I want to see what's going on.
If he makes any kind of a move, I plan on shooting him. I'm holding him here for now, though.
He's still got his hands up. He's starting to make his way up the stairs.
Yeah, then I'll give him a warning shot.
All right.
I ain't playing around with this fucker.
Roll intimidate.
Alright, I don't remember what that one is off the top of my head. That is a 52. Nope, I failed. My intimidate's a 50. Can I use 2 luck to push it to a success?
Yeah.
Then I want to do that.
Okay. It's like, all right, have it your way. But there's more of us. You do not want to be caught shooting a Pinkerton.
I didn't shoot a Pinkerton. I shot at a Pinkerton who doesn't know how to listen.
We are not people you want to cross.
Neither is the U.S. military, my friend.
So as that's happening, Jaden, you do make your way up to LB. And you see...
I'm kind of standing there. I'm doing the whole Brad Hamilton at the Mighty Mart, jumping around with the gun in my... No, I'm kidding. I'm just standing there.
So LB's standing there. He's still got a gun out. There's a guy with a hood on and just blood pouring out of his face, laying on the ground. And
Okay,
he's kind of every now and then just spasming a little.
Yeah, so I run up. I put my arm or my hand on LB's gun arm. I say I was like, are you good? And then I get down and I start I want to take the guy's hood off, and if I don't recognize him, I want to start rifling through his pockets.
Okay, you do remember that he was still moving.
Right, but I'm assuming that he's okay. So
I'm just saying.
Okay, hang on.
He is alive, he's moving.
Is he in fighting condition?
Not really.
Beat him with your pistol a couple times.
He
He'll
is
stop
kind of
moving.
So yeah, I wanna okay, all right. I want to run up. I want to sit on him. I want to straddle him and sit on him so he can't squirm away, and I want to try to rip his mask off.
Just start slapping him.
Let's do maybe brawl, like that fighting.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Or maybe just strength.
Is there a grapple?
That's what I was wondering.
It doesn't look to be. I mean, I think strength makes sense because I'm not
roll
throwing
strength.
a punch.
Yeah, let's roll strength because he's on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, fighting, brawl, looks like it falls underneath grapple.
All right, I rolled a 40 against my 50.
Okay, so you are successfully have your body weight on him.
Okay.
And you're grabbing the mask.
Mm-hmm. The hood.
Mm-hmm. Who are you expecting to find?
I'm thinking that it could be Burnham. It could be the guy that I saw with Tesla in that sort of sitting.
This happens to just, you don't know this guy either, especially with the hole in his face. But
Right.
The guy with Tesla had kind of salt and pepper hair. This guy's just kind of brown.
Okay.
A little bit balding.
Okay.
And as you've done that, with his one hand, he's going to stab you with a knife.
Oh, son of a bitch.
He didn't really do much good, though.
Okay.
So it's more like just kind of lazily, he moved with a knife and he just kind of caught your sleeve, really.
He awkwardly caressed you with the edge of the knife.
More or less.
Okay. I'm assuming I'm kind of like out of actions then.
He just took his action after you did. So, and LB, if you want to do something else.
I was gonna say, if I had like done my action and this guy's still moving, I would shout like, "LB, get in here! This guy's still fighting."
All right. I do not want to shoot again with Mr. Jaden, Detective Jaden, in such close proximity. So I believe someone said this earlier. I'm going to do that exact thing. I grab the barrel of the gun and I am going to walk over and I'm going to hit him with the end of the gun, the butt end.
Okay. I think that's going to be fighting. Yes.
That makes more sense.
And again, it's point blank. Well, no, because that's still throwing a punch. He's on the ground, not moving, and he's strapped.
Right.
So bonus.
So I just want to try to hit him and knock him out. So roll for fighting, you said?
Yep. And re-roll the 10s if you're not successful.
Oh, I am. It's a 9 against a 25.
So you get him good. Yeah. He's
I
out.
just go, ooh, that's 2.
Forget if we should actually roll damage, but you
It
roll.
looks like since it's like technically like an improvised weapon, you would determine the damage done with
D3?
something comparable from the list, so like something like a club or something.
Okay. Do you have that list open?
I'm looking right now. I am looking at it. Club, probably more like a blackjack because it's smaller, right?
Yeah.
Oh, club, small. It should be 1d6 plus. It says DB.
That's a damage bonus,
Oh, okay.
which is on your sheet, and I'm guessing his is 0. Yeah, it's in the bottom right section there.
I get a
Okay.
damage bonus.
So no damage bonus for LB. So just roll
Okay,
a
but I
d4.
roll a 6, and I do want to make...
Non-lethal, you said?
But again, yeah, I do not want this to be lethal.
So at least from the
Even
blow
though
you
I
gave to his
already
head.
shot it for the 6, so, but...
Okay. At least from the blow to his head with the back end, that is not a lethal blow. He's bleeding pretty hard, though.
I rolled a 3.
Okay. So he's definitely out.
Okay.
And the you see like the hand that had the knife just kind of falls to the side.
I will kick it away.
Okay.
Into the corner. I look at Norman and I just kind of shrug and say, pockets?
Pockets. And I start. and yeah, like I said earlier, I want to start just going through this guy's pockets and finding anything that I can find, especially pertaining to personal identification.
I want to look at Norman too and find out if I see that he needs a wound tended to from the knife.
No, I'm good, LB. He missed.
Okay.
Roll spot hidden.
All right. Damn it! Now I start rolling like crap again. 76 against my 55.
Okay. You're not finding anything so far that would identify him. He's got like a pocket watch and some cash and a money clip, and
I will holster my firearm and give him a hand.
okay.
So as LB, like as I can't find anything, I take the pocket watch and I move over because I want to collect his knife too and start looking to see if there's any symbols or anything on either.
Okay. LB, what was your spot hidden?
It was terrible. I've got the 70s going again. That's 74.
Yeah, again, you're thinking there has to be a pocket you're missing because you would think that he'd have an ID on him somewhere. You're not finding anything in his pockets.
He is wandering around with a hood on, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I look inside the hood. Is there a tag that says this is the property of?
He has his name written in his underwear.
You didn't ask if you were checking there. So as you're doing that, both of your eyes are kind of drawn forward to where he was kneeling. And there is a corpse that is just charred to the bone. And right behind it, there's a hunk of metal, like a whole bunch of just junk over there.
Like debris from the fire type metal, or
You could go over and take a look.
okay.
So I think that would probably be
this,
your attention.
yeah. I'm gonna see if this is the device that was shooting the sparks that they were talking about. So
So LB, when you go over there, roll a science engineering for me.
that might be a good one. It was a 27 against a 50.
Okay. Because of your kind of familiarity with engineering in general, as you kind of look through this, it's pretty clear that this was once some sort of a Tesla coil, which kind of computes in your head about something that would be spitting off sparks.
Sure.
In the description. It's busted, so it's hard to tell if something maybe went wrong with it, or you're also wondering why it's even here. If you want to try to look through more of it, that's what you get from the engineering check. Is it was some sort of a Tesla coil.
I want to look up to whatever might be left of the ceiling in this area and see if there's a place where it was attached to at one time. Or maybe
Just where you are, you're still in kind of a space where the stairs will go up around and up into the tower more further, and you're kind of in the one floored area, so the ceiling is just up into the tower.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does it look like it may have been here originally, or I'm trying to think back to what the firefighter said. If the sparks were coming just from the ceiling of the main building, or if it was actually coming from the tower itself.
Just to be clear, they were saying somewhere where the ceiling met the tower was where they saw something that was spitting off.
Okay, that's what I thought. And how far away are we on this platform from that particular position?
You think you're where that would be, because you're at the kind of the peak before it goes into the tower outside of the building. So the ceiling of the rest of the building met here.
Would I be able to look for any cables or a power source attached to this?
Sure. Roll spot hidden.
34 against 30.
Okay.
Let me use, if you would please, some luck.
Okay.
Make that one work.
Okay. So mark off those 4 points. Yeah, so you do identify the cable that, or the couple of cables that were leading up to that. They've split off, but there are cables running up kind of across the ceiling is where they were running, and probably down to where the power source for the building was coming from.
Okay. At some point in time, I would like to trace that down, but I don't know if we're going to have time to do that in the day that we're in right now.
Okay.
I wanna get back to Weston and the Pinkerton, but real quick, I wanna flip over the hooded guy and look at his back pockets, and
Back?
that's my attempt at pushing that roll.
Okay. Push that roll, sir.
Okay. God, even worse, 82.
So when you go into that back pocket, your hand comes back covered in something.
What do you mean covered in something?
What do you think it is?
Blood?
No. That's what I was hoping you'd say. No. Some kind of powder. But no identification.
Okay.
As you do that, both of you get kind of a weird feeling. And you look up, and similar to what Jaden saw in Riddle's kitchen or dining room, some of these sort of transparent figures start appearing around you, and then they start to seemingly light on fire.
Wow.
Roll sanity. Jaden's having some trouble.
Yeah.
Who's more sane now, bitch?
Jaden, you're worried about. You're instantly worried that that red face guy's gonna be here.
Yeah. I rolled the what's that word for? So I have a 49 for my sanity. I rolled a 94.
That's not quite a fumble. Fumble would be 90.
No, I was thinking with like the word for like a number that's the same but like just reverse digits.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mirror
I'm sure. Yeah,
Whatever
mirror
the number
opposite.
version of a palindrome is.
A number drone.
Wait, but that's the same both ways. Never mind. Whatever. LB, how'd you do?
Uh, 52 against a 61.
Okay. You're weirded out, but somehow you kind of think it's going to be okay. So they just continue to burn up, and eventually the fire just sort of consumes them and they're gone.
Does any of this occur with the burnt corpse on the floor?
Do you want to take a look at the corpse?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say medicine, unless you're trying to look for some. What are you trying to look for? I should.
Well, did any of the effect that just happened seem to be centered around the corpse on the floor?
Not directly. It seemed to be kind of just all around you a little bit
Okay.
on this platform.
Well, if anything else, before we leave this area to go back to Weston and Mr. Pinky guy, I'd like to see if there's anything tapped on the corpse to identify it.
Okay. Let's have you roll medicine. Oh, it's not hidden, I guess, because or something like that.
Way bad, 94.
No, but you can also this is burned all the way down to the bones, so it's just blackened bones, and ash underneath.
Gotcha.
Do I need to roll a d4 or whatever for my sanity?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
We're still there.
Unfortunately, that was a 4.
You're
Catching up
starting to
to you,
get worried
LP.
about ghosts, Jaden.
Yeah.
Like your whole life, you assumed they were never real; they're always fake, and now, how is this happening to me?
The dice rolls are certainly fitting my personal narrative.
Anything else you guys want to look for up here?
I mean, I would. It probably won't find anything, but I would have done like another look for the symbol of the Hermetic Order of the Azure Awakening.
Okay. Where are you looking for that?
I'm gonna look for it on that Tesla coil,
Okay.
like device.
Okay.
Is it?
What's that?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I failed with the 74 again. That number comes up a lot.
So Jaden, it's almost kind of a pile of rubble to you. You aren't really sure where you would find it. But you have the idea and maybe you mention it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, since LB's right there, like before I like start looking, I'd be like, hey, help me look for that the Hermetic Seal logo symbol thing.
Damn, I'm fucking 98 that time. I'm getting to, like having to jump off the platform or something.
You're having trouble. It's kind of dark, like you're getting some sunlight peeking through, like some low sunlight peeking through some of the holes in the ceiling and whatnot, but I think the lights may be contributing to having a hard time. Back downstairs, Weston's still pointing the gun at Pinkerton.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, I do have a question. Is this back when the Pinkertons were actually an investigation agency, or was this when they turned into assholes and beat down unions and killed union workers?
I think this is... shoot. I forget if this is the transition period.
Yeah, I don't remember either. That's why I'm asking.
Shoot. I should have looked that part up. I know it is immediately after the Pinkerton Act, so they couldn't work for the government anymore.
Then it is definitely that transition period between them being a private investigation agency and becoming basically a strong arm for businesses.
Okay.
So, yep, I'm just holding him there.
All right.
I got nothing exciting going on down here. I'm waiting to see if my friends turn up. So I'm just gonna shout up the stairs to see if Jaden or Jeffries are alive upstairs.
All right. You two want to make a listen check, see if you hear him.
Sure.
Finally dropped these damn 9s. That's 2.
Not me.
Okay, so LB, you definitely heard him. You at least heard him yelling. Maybe not exactly what he said, but
Yeah. Since I would assume that Norman and I are already on our way down, I'll just try to yell down to Weston that we're on our way.
Okay. And I'm just gonna yell back up, I got an asshole in a suit and a hat down here.
That's a pretty picture.
Yep, I've already shot at him once. He might need another hole in his asshole.
okay. So you two are making your way down.
Yep.
Okay. So you get to that spot again, where Jaden had kind of shifted the metal plate. So you're gonna have to move it if you're gonna go down the same way, or else you can
Yeah,
jump
I'll
up
take
and down.
the-
Is gonna be easier.
That is true. Um, I think I will take the time to reset the metal though,
Mhm.
and still try it that way.
Okay. Go ahead and roll
Um,
luck to get a crack.
I do have a fear of heights, so
Perfect. So because now you're going down, go ahead. It's your luck.
ooh, good lord. 90.
Okay. What is your skill? Or sorry, what's your luck right now? It's like 80.
My luck right now is an 81.
Okay. So I think you're a little rattled because you're looking down. You didn't set the metal sheet very well, and you kicked it out. It is gone, and you are holding onto the railing. It's holding your weight, but you're holding onto the railing.
And my feet are dangling.
Yep. Did you go 1 foot at a time, or did you just put your whole weight?
Well, the one foot at a time, like I had gone the other way too. I just did 1 foot, and then I stretched out to try and reach the other side.
So your back heel is a little bit still on the step, but you're teetering.
Hey Norman, a little help here.
Because this plays right into your fear, LB, roll a sanity.
Nice. I get those two high ones, and then I get a nice low one. That's a 16.
You got a steel mind. You're not thrilled with what's going on, but you don't feel any worse about it than you did before.
Okay.
What do I see any way that I could help LB?
I mean, you could just try to pull him back, unless you want to look for something else.
No, I'll try to pull him back.
Okay, let's do strength, unless something else makes sense to you.
I think strength's probably the most.
Okay.
Okay, that's probably well. Actually, let me look really quick to see what it is. So that is that's in between Wicked Hod and Hod for a success. I rolled a 16.
You've got him pulled back.
Okay.
It took a minute, but you got him. So he's back on that top step with you.
Thank you.
You good?
I will be once we get on terra firma.
Okay, so I guess try to jump the gap.
All right. Do you want to use the rail to support you as you go, or you're just jumping for it?
Yeah, no, I think yeah, that would make sense. Use the rail as much as I can. Use whatever I can to help jump across. So am I rolling a jump check?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, I rolled a 98 against a 20.
You misjudged this. Roll a dexterity.
Okay. I rolled a 96.
Oh God.
Okay.
Jeez.
Um,
I'm gonna be the last one left alive.
let's do. So you've misjudged this long because I don't want you to fall 7,000 feet to your death. That wasn't really the point. So you overjumped this, and you did not think of how you're jumping down. You didn't plan for that. You kind of got your body twisted.
Mhm.
So you hit like the next set of stairs and tumble down like
Okay.
a good couple rows of them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have you take 3 points of damage.
Okay.
And you have a new fear of heights.
But you are across. You're just beat up. Pretty
Okay. Yeah.
bad. LB, after seeing that, what would you like to do?
Well, he's still alive. Despite the outcome, he's still alive. And I don't see any other way, so I will attempt the same thing. Try to jump the gap with assistance with a hand on the railing.
Okay.
That's not nearly a 96, but it's a 56.
And is your skill also like a 20-ish?
Probably. I don't think I enhanced that at all. Except it is 20.
Let's have you also roll dexterity.
Wow. I rolled a 59 on a 65.
Okay, so thankfully you were holding on to that railing, and your foot slipped when you first got across. Like you kind of got across, foot slipped, and then the second grab, because you were able to kind of kick again, you just got yourself across. But it was close.
Okay. Heart pounding like a rabbit. I'm gonna go down and see if Norman needs any help getting up or whatever.
I use his assistance to stand back up.
Okay. You got some scrapes and maybe your ankle's a little bit sore, but
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Back on down the stairs.
okay. So once you do finally make your way down, you at the bottom of the stairs you see a guy you don't know in kind of a dark brown suit and a hat, and there's Weston pointing a gun at him.
Christ, Weston, what's going on here?
This guy says he's a pink finger and wanted to go up after you guys. And he doesn't know how to follow instructions.
I'm a Pinkerton. I heard a gunshot, and I was just seeing what was going on.
Says the mayor has tasked him and his organization with investigating this fire, which seems a little odd to me.
I didn't say we were investigating the fire.
And he doesn't know how to follow instructions.
I said we're keeping an eye out on the fair.
This isn't the fair.
Do you have any sort of identification on you?
Of course. Can I reach in my pocket?
Slowly. I would advise you to do slowly things.
So he reaches in and pulls out Pinkerton badge, and if you wanted to go down and inspect it.
Yes, I do. Given everything that's happened, I would like to do my best to verify its authenticity.
Okay. So you take that. Roll. What would it be?
Like law.
It's not a bad idea.
Let me see what law is. Knowledge of knowing pertinent law, precedent, legal maneuvers, or court procedure. I don't know.
You got that. History.
Okay. Probably not. Man, these rolls are getting ridiculous. Yeah, no, 62 against a 45.
I mean, it looks real enough. Like it's sturdy, and you can flip it up, and there's like a, the identification information.
Okay, I hand it back to him.
Can I put it back in my pocket?
Yeah, Weston, I think you could probably, Lieutenant Weston, you could probably lower your weapon. This gentleman has as much, if not more, of a right to be here than we do.
U.S. government. I'll lower the gun.
Right. So, what was that gunshot up there?
That would be bullet exiting the business end of a gun.
Sure.
We have been hired as private investigators to investigate this fire, and there was an unidentified, an unsub, if you will, up there. And when he saw us, he attacked, and my associate had to discharge his firearm. At which point we subdued the suspect and continued our investigation. He is currently alive, but he is unconscious.
And bleeding.
Did you do anything to stop the bleeding?
He attacked me. No.
I do not, on my person, have any first aid supplies or expertise therein.
Great. So I got to find another dead guy up there.
Not yet.
I'm sure you know how to handle that.
So, what was he doing?
Well, when I saw him, he was kneeling over a burned up corpse. Or so it appeared. There was a device next to that area, too, that he may have been fiddling with, but it wasn't clear enough for me to see as I was behind him.
Right.
I asked him to identify himself. I asked him to explain what he was doing. Well, he got shot. Just shows you how that went.
True enough. So he's All right, so can we get out of here?
Yeah, I'd love to.
You're not going to do anything about him?
Well, I'm not right now. You said he's bleeding out. I can't
I
get
didn't-
up there that I can't get up there that fast. It's already been 10 minutes.
All right. Yeah. By all means, then, let's leave the scene of what may be a second crime on the premises.
Hey, it was self-defense. He was an asshat. I shot him.
Just like this guy's an asshat. I almost shot him.
we do believe that he may have been a part of an organization that may have had something to do with the fire that occurred at this building.
What makes you think that?
He was. Sorry, go ahead, Hobie.
He had a hood on. I mean, that's automatically sinister.
That is odd.
We also have reason to believe that a hooded figure was seen at the fire as it was happening.
Right.
And
Really?
sorry.
How would you know that?
Through the course of investigation, it has become to be a fact that has been verified as far as it can go.
Good answer.
He clearly doesn't really buy anything you're saying, or he doesn't understand what you're even talking about. All right. So you guys just exit? Is that the plan?
I think so.
Well, it's getting dark. I'm hungry. Yeah, I say we leave.
All right. So as you do, a couple of the guardsmen kind of see you walking out, and they just look at each other and
Yeah,
they're
typical.
leaving.
Boys.
Hey, what's going on over by there? No.
So from there, what would you like to do or go to? And also let me know whenever you are done for the day.
Well, I think we should stop relatively soon, so hopefully Jay can be around for the conclusion. Those
Well,
are
I
my
think
thoughts.
what might be a good thing for us to do now is find a place to, sit down, have some brews and some burgers, and catch Weston up on what we saw up in the tower, as he was not privy to that,
Hmm.
and then plan our next course of action.
Okay.
I can get
And-
behind that.
See the Pinkerton walking away.
Do I need to shoot him?
I mean, that's your call. You're out kind of on the fairgrounds now.
He didn't even ask for our names, so I think we're all right.
I'm actually gonna stop him. I'm just gonna
Okay.
like before he's like as he turns. So that's it.
For right now, I might send somebody in to see if they can either recover the body that you left there, or maybe help him, depending on what the situation is. But your friend didn't give me much choice in what I could do at the time.
Uh, I suppose I'm a little confused given the circumstances, the recent events of the past 20 minutes. You're just walking away.
For the moment, I want to get away from the crazy guy with the gun, who's a little too loose with it.
So you said that you're under contract with the mayor for overseeing the exposition.
There are certain things that the mayor asked us to keep an eye on related to the fair. He asked for one of us to kind of keep an eye in this section
And this is your section.
this afternoon.
I'm not like asking for your badge number or anything, but like,
Already
what's
saw
your
my
name? I know, but I didn't. I just saw somebody get shot. Even though I didn't. What is your name?
Parker Bryant.
Parker Bryant. All right, Parker. Well, is there some place that we can find you or the Pinkertons at some point should we need to?
What's your name first?
I am Detective Norman Jaden.
Okay, detective. We all dress like this. You might see us throughout the park at times. We do have someone's always in the administration building.
All right. I think that's at least enough for me to go off of. So, I mean, if you're willing to walk away, so am I.
He just tips his cap. wanders off. You don't know where he's going.
Had we? So obviously he said that like they're around. Had we noticed any Pinkertons prior to this?
No, so they have not been on the fairgrounds. They haven't been wearing like their badge out.
Uh-huh.
So they're just guys in brown suits with brown hats.
Which is fairly common, I'm assuming.
It's not that weird.
Yeah.
And they're not like, there's only a handful of them kind of spread out.
Okay.
At least based on what he told.
Yeah.
So there's kind of some of us that have areas.
Okay.
Okay.
When we like sit down to eat and stuff, I show LB and Lieutenant Weston the knife and the pocket watch, and see if any of the three of us can see any like markings or anything of import on either item.
So spot hidden, I guess, across the board.
Bad. 83.
I got a 39.
And your
75.
What's your skill? 75. Okay.
I rolled a 99.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was one away from stabbing the pocket watch with the knife.
You do cut your
Just say,
finger.
did you break your spot hidden?
Jaden, you didn't realize it was a switchblade, and you cut your finger as you opened it.
First I fall on the stairs and I cut my finger.
So we had a failure there. LB, I'm sorry, was yours a failure or a success?
Failure.
And then Weston was a success.
Correct.
When Weston gets the knife, he notices that there are initials at the base of it. That is EG.
Robinson.
But otherwise, you're not noticing any strange symbols. The pocket watch is nice, but that's about it.
What was Shotton's first name?
George Timo. GT.
Oh, okay. I remembered a G. I just couldn't remember which order it was.
I think a good thing to do here, gentlemen, is we should be checking the newspaper to see if anyone with these initials perhaps is suddenly shows up as having expired in a very nondescript sort of way. Also, yeah, I don't know. It's really sticking with me that John Root died like right before the fair. Something really wasn't right with Mr. Burnham. Something's off. Especially as having two toughs follow us across the city.
Well, we could go persuade him with Smith and Wesson.
I have a feeling, Vinny, that the element of surprise might be the biggest thing we have going for us. Nobody really expects us to be anywhere, which I think is keeping us from this cult getting a step ahead of us.
Nobody expects somebody to actually shoot at him either.
True, but returning to places we've already been, it brings with it a level of exponentially increased risk.
So kidnap him from the crapper. Got it.
And I'm sorry, I have to say it. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Everyone expected the Spanish Inquisition, LB. They sent notice.
That's the joke. Yeah.
Although nobody is expecting our Inquisition except for Mr. Shatton, should he actually fucking exist at this point. Who knows? Good God, this has been a fucked up day.
It's just a shared hallucination.
Fucking red mask man, red face dude riding fucking. He's in the room, and then all of a sudden he's on a fucking carriage. I fell down the fucking stairs. Some hooded guy
Wait.
tries to tackle
No.
LB.
You're seeing this red-faced entity in other places now?
Oh yeah, no, I told you, you were fucking lucky you didn't look.
Well, all you had to do was follow instructions, like the dumbass Pinkerton. All he had to do was follow instructions.
But he's continuing to surface in other places.
Yeah, no, as the days went on, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be the last thing I see before I fucking eat it.
Interesting. I wonder if, I mean, I know we just talked about revisiting, but I wonder if that's worth another visit to Ms. Riddle about.
Oh, what, so she can look at me and say, I told you so?
Well, there's that. There's that, but she might be able to give you some insight into who or what it is, and maybe how you can get rid of it.
Maybe. I mean,
I mean, I'm not suggesting an exorcism or anything by any means, but
I think we have to keep an eye on this Pinkerton situation. I mean, he seemed like he was legit, but who knows? Honestly, who knows where this? Like, what kind of guy walks around in a suit and a hood and has a monogrammed knife? Like these are well-to-do. These are people of means. These are well-to-do people.
They're rich assholes.
That is certainly one way to put it, Vinny. That's another reason why I want to try to stay away from Burnham. I think we figured out maybe what we were going to figure out, which is that he's involved. I'm assuming that, at least with the fact that we left with a fucking tail.
yeah. Well, I don't know what the link is to this possible hooded figure group, or maybe it's the same guy. Don't know. From the fire and from today, but at the chance, or taking the chance to once again pop back up in the same place, I wonder if we shouldn't further investigate the cold storage building when we have daylight. Or
Probably
do
be
you
the
think
best
we could
option.
Maybe not even go back in there for right now. I don't know what else we need to find out except for maybe one, why that Tesla coil is there, and two, find out where its source is and controls. See who maybe
Well,
this thing suddenly turned on.
I mean, we do know that the cold storage building is a Westinghouse building, which means that it was powered by a Tesla coil, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not surprised that we found one there, but remembering what the Westinghouse representative said to us, LB, in the Electric City. In order for the Tesla electricity to have become volatile enough to start a fire, someone would have needed to have replaced the insulated cables or used some sort of device. Now, that being said, I think that whatever that was that the hooded figure was messing with up there, and that could have been said device, potentially.
LB, because you know a decent amount about electricity, I want you to roll intelligence right now based on what he just said.
35.
Okay. So you noticed Jaden said he wasn't surprised to see a Tesla coil because that would be supplying the energy. You know that the power is actually being generated by dynamos somewhere on the park grounds. you are surprised that there would be a Tesla coil there because it doesn't seem to make sense for powering this structure.
Well, that's kind of what I was originally thinking, but then I wasn't sure because Jaden definitely sounds like he knows what he's talking about at times.
Confidence gets you very far.
Just a
Electricity
clipboard.
is not his area of expertise.
You just get a clipboard and you can go in anywhere. Just gotta look like you belong.
Well, I feel that there needs to be more investigated about that because I'm not convinced that it wasn't some sort of sabotage that did not need to be there. I, and I think I do agree though that if something had been wrong with that situation, that hooded figure may have been there doing something to try and cover their tracks, and it's worth checking into again. So whenever we feel it's safe to return without drawing attention, we should probably do that.
One thing of concern to me is that this is not the first time that we've come across one of these people, right? Lieutenant Weston, you told us that right before we all got drugged, you saw one of these hooded figures.
Correct.
So potentially, then they know, especially with the move that I made at Burnham and Root. They know that we're investigating this, and they may be attempting to, like you said, LB, cover the tracks, which means that if we wait until it is safe, that device may already have been removed by another one of these hooded figures.
Safety is often discarded in the name of necessity.
Safety third.
All right. So where from here?
That's the $100 question right now.
Out of game.
Mhm.
It was mentioned that we would like Mr. or Dr. Howardis present at one point in time. Are we going to get to a place where
Yeah,
we would actually want him to be involved again?
sure. Like we can stop whenever you want. This is kind of, it's the evening, it's dinner time. So if you want to stop here, we can stop here and he can come meet you for dinner. It's up to you guys.
I think it would be a good time to stop.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like as good a place as any, really. I mean, we're kind of, I think, spinning our wheels.
Sure.
We could use some new blood.
Hopefully, Howardis can come in with some sort of shadow role and be like, "Oh, this is what I learned from Marty."
I wanted to put him in a place where he could maybe accomplish something
Sure.
and just have him be spooked by what happened. What was I going to say?
Well, as soon as Jaden mentions his red-faced individual, I'm sure everyone's going to be spooked again.
True.
Yeah. So anything else before we call it?
No.
Okay. Cool.